Another puny army of gits in the way to our teleporters! Right, boys, let's zog 'em quick!
To all officers and regiments that may be receiving, we're through with Imperial Command. If we have to fight, we're gonna do it for ourselves from now on. You wanna call that defection? Fine. We were dead men anyway. At least the cults promised.
Okay, B. Hey, G20 Archon. Wow, I was 40 minutes late, all told. That's... Looks like I want to go down support. We're going to do that. Nice belt accessory. It makes the targets look pretty, D20 Archon. Hey, Roman Cure. Interesting. When you say it sounds horrible, like, is the compression bad or what? Yeah, go ahead. See if I can figure anything out. I want those two. That's really weird, Roman Cure. Good evening, Darkrai. Good morning, Blade Javal. Hi, Loner. So, for those of you wondering why I'm late, it's actually a very, very simple reason for this. So, I'm supposed to start at 9, right? That's the new schedule. Well, last night was D&D night. And D&D night always has me staying up later than usual. That's been normal for years at this point. But we ran late, so I stayed up even more than usual. So I woke up at 9:20. I'm actually legitimately impressed with myself that I was able to get ready and sit here and be in streamable status inside of 16 minutes. I was timing myself. So that's why I'm late, if you're wondering. I haven't even brushed my teeth yet. In fact, if you've been paying attention, I haven't even finished my breakfast yet. Was D&D good? It was a session 0, but it was a good session 0. Everybody in chat, guess the kind of character I play, just vaguely. Or the kind of character I'm making. I have not Melkor, but then again, I try to be careful about that sort of thing. I also have Wax Dissolvent on hand, just in case. Pure Evil or Good Align. That's funny, those two right next to each other there. I don't like any of these abilities, so we're going to go with that one. A Talkie Mage, a Renegade, a Barbarian Zerker, Candlemaker who's a spy for the other kingdom. Seeing some good guesses, actually. A druid named Hakan. Three scrolls in a trench coat. Lawful evil named Kefka. Good morning, Dark Day. Half-gnome Minecrafter. I'm actually vaguely surprised no one has just randomly gotten close to it. So here's the deal. We're playing in a setting called Iron Kingdoms, for those of you familiar with it. If that helps. We're also playing in the Nightmare Kingdom, specifically. I'll give you one last hint before I'll just tell you outright. My name is Captain Crown Knacker. That's Crown Knacker, or Crown Stealer, if you missed it. No, I'm not playing an orc, but I am kind of playing an orc. And I am playing a pirate. Note, pirate, not pirate. And obviously, there's some variance there, as I've distinguished many times, but here's the really funny thing. There's actually an in-gameplay distinguishment. There's a specific class variance on the pirate class called Hostis Generis Inhumani, or however that's properly said. Which, for those of you who knows what it means, you understand what that means. But put in simple terms, it means you're playing a pirate. We are not playing pirates. We are playing pirates. We actually specifically are privateers. That's our backstory. So my class specifically is I am a raider with the commanding officer archetype. No, Jay Palmer. And, well, this is kind of me. So I got a big old hat. I'm not an orc. I'm actually a trollkin, for those of you who know what that is. And, I got me a ship. It's not the biggest ship I ever seen, but we got real lucky one time. We was out on the river. We saw another ship come by, and it was allowed. It was all nice and legal. So we went over, and they sunk their own ship. But it's okay. Put me a bubble on my head. Went right on down. Got me some new cannons for me ship. Problem is that cannons didn't really take to being underwater. So there's a bit damage, but it's okay. It's okay. Because we got cannons. It's great for the look, right? It really completes the look of the ship. Yeah, exactly. Melkor Blade. Pirates are just, ugh. Pirates are, so we're playing, It's actually funny because, you know, obviously I'm adherent to the will of the group, and I didn't want to speak for everyone, but all three of us all agreed universally that we were not playing pirates. So in Iron Kingdoms, one of the things you can do is you can increase your prestige with your company. And there's benefits, gameplay benefits, and narrative benefits for doing so. So there's two pirate companies we could have joined. One of them has a thing where they've actually got a list of stuff you can do to increase your prestige with them, which includes delivering corpses. I actually don't remember any of the other ones. It was all horrible stuff. It was all just a list of just, oh my god, stuff. And we were all just like, no, 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 no. We're not doing that. Nope. Our prestige stuff is more like survive a battle with a military ship or loot a particularly prestigious target while not killing anybody. You know, stuff like that. That's kind of more on our list of prestige raisers. Hi, Navarius. Hi, Lilimlos. But yeah, so I was inspired. So what my character in particular is kind of a combination of Zigbar and Captain Bloodflag here, if you understand the distinction. If you don't, well, let's just say that I look and sound like I'm a moron, but actually charisma is my highest stat, followed immediately by int. So that's my overall archetype. I'm, whoa, big and dumb and mean, and I kind of talk like this. That's why I'm called Captain Crowknacker. Yeah, I'm playing it being dumb, but I am the brains behind the operation, so to speak. And so Guido is playing I can't remember what they're called. It's the horned female race, all female race, and he is the person who's got a bit of a reputation because we actually both grew up within the same fleet. Our background was we both worked for the Black Fleet, and I just kind of naturally worked my way up the ranks. But he just sort of quietly assassinated his way up the ranks. Is kind of how I want to explain that. He was like, huh, my superior officer is incompetent. Oh, they're gone. Huh. Anyways, yes, I'm next in line. It's Iron Kingdoms, Blade Traval, is the system and the setting. It's primarily focused on D6s and D8s. It's actually undergone a recent revision to make it a little bit more accessible to people who are used to 5th edition. Because, I don't know if you heard this, but Wizards of the Coast, Hasbro, recently decided to do something extremely stupid and alienate their entire player base. So a lot of other people kind of started moving into some of the opening space that they made there. So thanks for that, Hasbro. I do appreciate you. But anyways. Yeah, let's get rid of all the half-breeds. Why? Because it's racist. They never explained that statement to my knowledge, by the way. Which is weird. Like, at least explain your reasoning on that one. Anyways. But yeah, and the last good thing Hasbro's done recently? Greenlighting Season 9 of MLP. Not to the extent, Dark Day. Part of the problem, and this is something I talked about during, is that Hasbro, through Wizards of the Coast, through D&D, has such an absolutely dominant control of the market share of the P&P space that the next biggest competitor literally, I did the math at the time, makes their money in like, I think it's like 8 hours or something like that in a year. Like if you were to take the yearly budget and average it out and divide it out, their next biggest company makes that much money. I'm saying this wrong. The next biggest company in a year makes about as much money as Wizards of the Coast makes in about 8 hours, something like that. It's an absolutely ludicrous market share. Paizo, by the way, is the next biggest competitor. That's Pathfinder, if you're familiar with it. Now, having said that, there are a lot. What's becoming more and more common, and I am in favor of this, is we're seeing more and more custom, little projects, little systems kind of cropping up, and they don't have much of a big following, but that's okay because they're custom little things, so that's cool, right? Or if I could phrase this another way, I would rather we don't have one other big competitor to D&D. I would rather we have a whole bunch of other little competitors to D&D. Now, that's not going to work that way, because that's not how life works. But that would be my preference on the matter, given a choice. Why are there question marks in your donation, TSB? Also, what's Road Warden? I don't know that game. Is that on the list? Well, if it makes you feel any better, Iron Kingdoms has a fairly extensive amount of lore to it. Looks cool. Looks like it just came out September last year. Oh, okay. So, TSB, if you're adding something new, then you can only put it towards one thing. Just try and keep things under control as far as propagation. So do you want me to put that all towards Road Warden? You got it. That's probably going to be yes, but I'll look into that later, as I always do. But either way, thank you. Much obliged. Dark Day, you asked something. Let me scroll up. The question bot wasn't actually up yet when it was up. So apparently, yes, so they're putting the Pixel Remaster of FF1 through 6 on consoles. You were going to pick up FF6. Do I recommend any of the others? You've already played FF4. I can effortlessly and instantly recommend FF4, 5, and 6. They are still good games that still hold up today. And that's the end of that sentence. So, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, of 1, 2, and 3, 1 is the best. We'll probably score the best when we get to reviewing those. And is the least offensive, but it also has very little meat on its bones. So, I can't really recommend 1 unless you're just curious of the historical value. I absolutely do not recommend 2 or 3. They have been improved in the Pixel Remaster, but that brings them up to the point where they're probably merely a net negative. Yeah, exactly, Blade. Well, FF1 is the best by virtue of being the least bad. Why is FF5 rarely talked about? So, FF5 is in many ways the Deep Space Nine of the Final Fantasies. Now, that's not completely true, because actually Final Fantasy VI is the Deep Space Nine of the Final Fantasies. Hey, Federation Builder. I think the answer is because they don't become sages until they die, which is why Noburo wasn't a sage until after she was killed. Remember, she gets killed in the middle of the dungeon. Anyways, so FF5 is a nearly universally lauded game by the people who play it, which is why I make the Deep Space Nine comparison. Most people who watch Deep Space Nine like it, but it has never and will never have the popular consciousness and spread that, say, TNG had, right? I should probably get on with the next mission. I even know this mission. We've already done it. We gotta run from a Baneblade. Yeah, and it was terrible, Melkor Blade.
Boy, first one there gets the best loot.
Can't do that without more teeth.
Oh, we don't? Oh, okay.
Tough knob. No, go there.
Hello, Takoida. Welcome to I'm Very Late Today. Don't worry, I'll cut into my lunch break to make up for it.
I get your plan.
That's my job, Federation Builder. Oh, there's one other aspect of my character that I still have to work out the particulars with third. But my character let's just say that I'm modeling my character physically after Gorguts. Gorguts Headhunter. You know, the idea is that...
Intruders. Oh, hell, we've been found. All right, you fiends. I don't care who you are. Feel the might of the Baneblade.
Ahem. The idea is, in the Iron Kingdom's lore, about 5 years...
We don't got enough DACA to soak that Hume wagon! Leg it!
In the backstory of the setting, before things started, there was this massive invasion that caused a lot of death and a lot of destruction by extraplanar entities. So...
Some kids just separated.
Damnation! We can't get through here. Find another path!
Who did that? They'll pay! Boy, come on, you gits.
Protect those targeting cogitators. The turrets could go haywire if a cogitator is destroyed.
And so, my character received a fairly large amount of damage, so I had to get a bunch of prosthetics. And the idea is that over time I've been adding bit by bit to those prosthetics, because Iron Kingdoms is very much a steampunk setting, right? So, yeah, I'm wandering around with like this giant grabber arm, and like parts of my knee have just been replaced by metal, and you get the look, right?
Smash it!
Like a Borg drone? No, like an orc. Again, I'm pretty much completely basing it off of Gorguts Headhunter. Iron Kingdoms is pretty legit, from what I've been looking into it. Third and I have been pretty excited to play in it for a while now. To answer you directly, Titcoita, sorry, I was talking about an unrelated thing. I'm already enjoying the writing, the voice acting, and the general flavor of the old campaign. I decided to do a little bit of off-camera looking into some of the other things, and it looks like they're trying for a legitimate, serious story here, which we absolutely will not be seeing because we're playing the Orcs. But it does look like they've brought their writing chops for this one in general, because I'm actually impressed. Correct, Trihexia, hence the Privateer. Alright, so let's pop this. Here. I don't even know what any of my units do yet, really. It's part of the problem I'm running into. Yeah, I don't know what the Tyranid story is, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to. That would explain a lot, Roman Kier, because I was actually going to ask you about that, because that is a semi-common problem. In fact, every now and again, something will happen like Discord will be like, hey, I've decided to update. Okay, why do you sound like you're coming from 50 miles away? Well, it's pulling from the webcam mic. I really wish webcams wouldn't come with mics built in. It just gets in the way.
I saw it first!
Two, J. Palmer. Same as a sub. I'm just gonna chill here for a moment, recover, eat some of our breakfast.
Tough knob! That's me! Yeah, I sees it!
Ah, found ya. Demolish our cannon. Open fire!
Smash it! On me what I shall! I'll take after me! Shoot Orcs have it all! Come, baby, the birds are spicy! challenge. Come on, you gits. Enemy shooting troops. I'm here. Whoa! I see it. I already mine. Just don't know it yet. Is it guarded? This here is mine. Mine. Right, it's yours now. Now get me to a fight. What? Yeah, I seize it.
That's interesting, J. Palmer. Don't worry about it. That's just the,
We'll figure that boost right out.
That's just the Lore Walker virus being installed. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Thank you, J. Palmer.
Burning for you.
As always. Can I imagine them saying that, Trihexia? Sure. Words are cheap. Corporations know this. Words are cheap. And I will put that towards 24, Ace Combat 5, and Wildcat Legion. Thank you again, J. Palmer.
You won't spare.
No, no, Melkor Blade. You bow to no one.
Just which way?
Listen, nobody wants to play as the Orcs in a full tilt game. That's crazy. Now, let's continue playing as the Orcs.
Boys are on us. You gonna shot me?
Hello.
They just came apart in me hands.
Boy, that's a dark day, isn't it? Dark day. Disney movies are gonna lose out. Illuminated.
What's the long walk, boys, but worth it.
Can you do? Oh, can you not go up there? Can you not go up there? Never mind.
Just a
Hurry! 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 Hurry for a faster, preferably.
Chaos boys sometimes leave behind some nice bits.
Sometimes.
Marching anywhere now.
Just here.
Oh, that sucked. DreamWorks making something good. That's just crazy talk. That's against the rules.
Let me charge the shooters! Skull, eyes peeled! Shut up from them!
Yeah, no, orcs as a concept go back pretty far. Most of these kind of things do. We all like to point to Tolkien, but it's more like he kind of codified a lot of old ideas and a lot of old concepts into something that more modern people tended to follow through on or ape. Yeah, then D&D happened, and there you go.
Not even a challenge!
I have no idea when orcs became green.
This here is mine! Mine!
Probably at some point.
Shoot at me! Orcs have a long walk, boys, using us for target practice. Get it! Sergeant British way. Boy, on me way. They've got me ranged! He's hold on! Help me! Ice pain! Aye, aye, boss! Come on, you gits! Now listen it! Right, we smashed that building!
One of our turrets is being shot! One of our turrets just got stopped!
Bombs are smoker! Get bomber kill daddies! Dig bomb! Dig bomb! Smash it! He's taking fire! What's the price?
Yeah, do what I told you to do? Seriously. God damn it. Come on.
Don't like that!
He was just like, no, I'm good. Just sit here and get attacked by the Baneblade. Everyone's cool.
They shot at me! Let me charge the shield! Good indeed! Orcs! Or down, Joe there!
It was doubly funny considering the recent trend of the orcs are racist, but
They've got me
it's just a bunch of noise anyways. Looks like we lost our boys. That sucks. You. You. Garrosh was pretty racist. I will actually agree with that. He was a full tilt supremacist. That was kind of his shtick. Possibly nefarious. I actually do not know. What I do know is that some people took it entirely too seriously. I know. Try to be shocked.
Matter is rubble anyway!
Get our old boys back.
Tough no! Got a job for us!
Bring out some gadget or what?
Listen, humans never overreact.
That's more like it!
Let's go and pop that, I think.
You want me talking? Let's go get chopping!
I'm still getting very used to it, because, like,
With this.
I don't know. Like, it's not like it's bad, but it feels completely different than the unit lineup I've been using for 2 full games now, so I'm still adjusting.
Boys, but worth it. Chaos boys!
That one. There. Cover. With there. I mean, yeah, Jay Plummer.
How you massacre! That's done! What next? I get your plan.
I mean, even Drow aren't always chaotic evil, so Frog, honestly, good one. There. Throw down this right here. Throw down. Why is that? Oh. Yeah, you like how we are, like, there's no difference in this mission from when we played through this as the Space Marines. El Zilcho Differencio. I assume you mean the Olks Federation builder, just to be very clear.
Look at that. That's proper kill daddies.
Oh yeah, the audio's definitely better, because, you know, now we get to hear these guys being awesome. I will say, of the 3 races I played to any length, which is Eldar, Space Marines, and Olks, they all do play differently. They freaking better. I will admit, however, I'm not super impressed with the mission we're playing right now.
No thanks, boy!
Like, this is a little bit... like, this is essentially a trench crawl with occasionally a Baneblade poking its head up to be like, hey, I'm here, and it's like, okay. Like, I was expecting sort of a fighting retreat from a Baneblade, and that's not what this is. And there's the Baneblade. Just reminding you that it's here. Still here.
What do you mean we can't pursue any further? We can't let them get away? They can't escape?
You notice that their dialogue is exactly the same as if we were the Space Marines. There you go. Jeez. How did they not... Let me make this very clear what I want to happen here. They're super intense. That is 3 grenades to get them out of there. Good God. Get in there.
I'll take it out. Let me chance the shoot.
Okay, I see what's happening. That's irritating. So in case you missed that, what happens is I go to hop onto someone, right? The HUP, just like the Assault Marines, Thaddeus. But you can't target a person, so you can't see the mouse over, of course. But if I'm mousing over the enemy right now to target into the middle of the group, it will not let me, so it cancels out and doesn't do the jump. You can see no jump command is going through here. I have to connect right next to them in order to actually be able to do the jump proper, which is a very strange decision and definitely different than what it used to be. And if you're not familiar with why that's a big issue, well, in the heat of combat, while you're trying to give orders every second, having to very specifically hit next to the enemy, well, that's just an extra added irritation that really has no reason to be there. Now,
Let's go get chopping. I'll get it. What's the plan?
I don't know. No, probably.
No,
Yeah, how would this be when you're the guard?
hear me, shooters.
Do you mind? It is not, Jake Walker. What are you doing? God damn it.
Get up! Get up! Over here!
Yeah, that's me right now. Get up!
Just a tinge!
Why are you ranging him? You are a melee. Get into melee.
That was a good one! I get your plan.
Okay. Are you just gonna stand there and get shot at? Is that where we're at now?
I shall be
Feel a light tickle on the wind?
Leave Dad! Show me your reasons! You will shoot us! Separate! In anything but leaving the line!
They just a green smear now, boss.
Here's what honoring your costumes!
I mean, yeah, my melee guy has a gun, but he is, as you can see here, set to melee stance. He's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna shoot at him. Because, you know.
Now I know what's wrong! That's the best you can do! Alright, back up lively!
I like how we're already fighting Plague Marines.
One more!
Okay.
Boy,
Huh?
on me way. On and up to your still.
There they are! This is it, you maggots! We'll bury you here!
Why are you so angry at me? What did I do to you? I mean, I know the answer to that. If the answer is I'm playing the Space Marines or the Eldar
Come on,
or the Guards. Cover. Interrupted all my orders again. I just noticed that.
Boys, it's done! Turret is losing their bits and pieces!
Oh my god, I'm being body blocked. Being body blocked by a Space Marine. Go! It kind of feels like it, J. Palmer. I'm honestly kind of thinking a negative to story for the... And now we're a smuggler. What are you doing? Where are you? Get up here. You, get up here. Are you coming? Are you coming? Oh, I super did, J. Palmer. In fact, I gave several negatives for it. Basically, every time it was a big problem, I gave a negative for it.
Teleporter's up and running, boss! Is it then? Tested it then, have you? Well, Captain, we's low on grots, but I'm sure it's fine, though. Hawk says... After you then, Mr. Nailbrain. I've no idea if that means it works. Oh well, here we go! Whoa!
Another fine day for the Orcs!
No, this whole mission narratively was to try and grab a teleporter, which exists.
Testing seems to show that this here teleporter can take us to planet Calderis. Oh, aye, yeah. That be the dusty one, Captain. Looks like we need to find some more teleporters on those planets to go any further.
Apparently, Melkor Blade. Apparently, Twitch just thinks that I'm secretly a hot tub streamer. Yeah. No, oh my god. The rocket launcher is a plate of metal with some spikes on it, and they shove the rockets on the spikes, and somehow they shoot. That's awesome. Not even joking. So you're gonna be my grenade guy. You're gonna be my Titus? Tarkus. You're gonna be my Tarkus. Oh yeah. Yeah, that one. Okay.
Attention! All Blood Ravens of Strike Force Omega in the Argus District. The Ascendant fears investigation and pursuit by those who are less enlightened. He wishes to ensure that all traces of his passing on...
Oh yeah, we started this mission too. I bet it's not different at all.
Argus settlement is to be razed to the ground. Success will ensure his pursuer's trail shall grow cold and his great plans realized.
What are these posh humies figuring? Burning the place for we's can get a looting! They'll ruin the best bits! Boys, before we zap out with the teleporter, we's gonna stomp these humies, and then loot and burn the place proper! Whoa!
It's okay, we don't have insta-kill on this time, so we won't lose the millisecond an enemy spawns right next to the target they need to kill. Yeah, this feels a lot like the smuggler problem, and I am probably going to ding that on the narrative axis. It's a good thing the orcs are just kind of the orcs.
Oi! Snag that teleporter platform, boys! It's big enough to call in the biggest boys and wagons we've got!
How do you know, boss? Look at it. It's huge! Oh. Let me guess. Go smash the debris with your vehicle. I mean, this is only the second time we've run into the smuggler problem, but yeah, if this keeps happening, we're just going to keep calling this the smuggler problem.
Sergeant Lysandros, be advised. Enemy forces have been detected inside the settlement.
Do not deviate from your mission. Our priority is to demolish every last structure in this miserable village.
Let's show the Yumi some green!
Pause. Throwing a bit of a timer. Now, what's funny is we still have the same objective, right? We still need to ensure that we destroy them before they destroy the locals. Not that we care about the locals, or not that we're trying to save them, or anything like that. Instead, our only goal here is to prevent them from smashing the shiniest bits. All of that makes a degree of sense. What the hell is the Tyranid objective in this mission? Someone explain that one to me. Oh god, you're probably exactly right. It's probably literally, they're going to destroy the biomass. We need to eat them before they destroy it, or something ridiculous like that. What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet? Also, notice once again, no mid-mission saves. We do have a quick save though. Actually, hang on. Holy crap! Does it work as advertised? Holy crap! We might actually have a save. I'm in shock. Never mind. I take that back. We have a save. Oh no. Get him. Who needs some Cold Palmerstein? We got all the boys we need. I'm actually curious to Pervious, like legitimately. Not yet, Malcor Blade. Not yet. Yes, Max Pass. Although, not as long as I'm living here is really the answer to that question. No metaphors, no being coy. It is never happening as long as I live here. What that is. I think so, Malcor Blade, yes. I can't go physically check right now because it's not even physically here. I'm pretty sure the answer to that is yes.
We're close! Furies can't take apart!
I sure hope not Jade Palmer, but we'll find out probably in a couple days here. Depends on how long Retribution takes us.
On me way.
You're joking, Huthor. Okay. I do like the addition of the teeth up front there, too. See, if I was playing this for the first time back in the day, what most likely would have happened was I would have started as the Orcs. That is extremely likely, right? And I would have had fun with the Orc campaign. And then what would have probably happened is I would have gone ahead and started the next campaign, probably as the Guard. And then I would have seen it's the exact same freaking missions, and then that is probably the point at which I would have put the game down, right there.
kill all humans within this facility.
Okay.
Now you must kill all humans in this town.
Okay.
Kill some Space Marines!
Now eat all humans.
Okay.
Whoa, that's sorry. Kill. Eat.
There you go. There's your objectives.
Space Marines! They ain't no more! I said it! I'm going! Boys! Run it and hide and
So,
get I did that great!
I'm gonna go ahead and give my own opinion on what was happening here. You ready for this? Now, this is based on a little bit on Dawn of War 3, I feel like adding. You're probably thinking, what? What's Dawn of War 3 have to do with anything? Well, just hear me out, okay? So what I'm thinking is they wanted to pull, I'm not sure what to call it, but one of those things where, I guess Age of Mythology is kind of the closest equivalent, where you bounce around on factions per mission to tell the narrative as it progresses. And I think they wanted the narrative to bounce around between the Guard, the Space Marines, and the Eldar. Having looked into it, the primary plot is very clearly focused on those three.
The biggest nonsense. Nothing beats a looter with a beamy death gun. Well, except maybe a good power claw.
So, at some point in development, something went wrong. Maybe they were running low on time. Maybe they were starting development of Dawn of War 3, because this is just an expansion. You know, maybe they were trying to push for something else. I don't know. I don't know enough behind the scenes. This is all speculation. But it feels very much to me like they were like, yeah, we're totally going to do this. Oh, shoot, we can't. So they'd already written the narrative for the factions, and then they're like, okay, here. And they had already designed the levels for, like, one path through, and so they just kind of chopped up the existing narrative into the levels and made each person get one little snippet of it, and that's why we have the mission structure that we do.
Tough on me way.
Hang on. I want to see if this even works properly. God, this is a long save. Look at this. For those of you not aware, Dawn of War 3 functions pretty similar to what I just mentioned. You know, bouncing around, narrative pushing thing.
Look there. Just over there.
He also plays Gorguts. Which is why Gorguts isn't here. He was busy. Yeah, exactly, Kara White. It's like, think about... Think about the first mission, the run from the Baneblade, being a Guard mission. Or an Eldar mission. Both would work. But either way, fleeing from the Baneblade. Then we go to this mission, Bloodraven mission. Also true on Wolfenstein. Sega as a publisher, that's very, very, very hit and miss. They put out some good stuff as a publisher, but they make some weird demands. Anybody who's studied the behind the scenes of Sega knows. Oh, was this before the Sega purchase? My bad. THQ then has no excuse.
Love these Umis. They got so much kit left after they die. Sergeant Lysandros, come in. We have come under fire. Our mission has been compromised.
Stay calm, young brothers. I will deploy heavy support. It will arrive in moments and crush these worms.
Yeah. You want speed?
I'm with him. Yeah.
I'm under ready fire.
That's a dreadnought.
A long walk, boy. I'm shooting. There can be loot. Looks like he has some bits I can use. He's taking fire. Yeah, I'm coming out.
actually kind of sounds cool, Nefarious. But kind of sounds cool. I mean, that totally sounds cool.
This is my favorite kid. Oh, is it? Smash the humans!
I did notice that, yeah, Dakota. And I mean, I kept having consistent issues with it the entirety of the previous 2 campaigns, so yeah. Someone probably noticed somewhere and just decided, yep, time to bail out of that concept. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, this was very towards the end of THQ's self-destruction, wasn't it? So that by itself could actually explain what the hell was going on here. A THQ that is desperately trying to scramble for anything they could get done, while actively dying, would make a lot of sense for being rather restrictive and demanding of the companies they're pushing games out from. Exactly, Nefarious. I mean, THQ had a big footprint, is what I want to say there. They did a lot. It's one of the reasons why the collapse of THQ hurt so damn much for so many different companies and so many different franchises. I like that thing.
This better be worth boom! Did you see me wrecking? I'll blow it up!
Rocks in one of our turrets is losing their bits and pieces!
Keep up the torches!
One of our turrets just got stomped!
Ah, poor Bullfrog. It's okay. I'm sure Westwood will always be with us.
Did you see me wrecking? This better be worth half me grenade!
Hey, Mr. Red. Oh, gosh. See, Mr. Red is very upset with me. He had to charge into melee with me. Like you do. Having audio skips all of a sudden. What the hell? You hearing that? Congratulations, Mr. Red. That is not an easy fight. Mostly because that game has issues with its controls. Kingdom Hearts 1 is one of those games I've talked about several times. It's a game that's hard, not because it's difficult, but because it's bad. No offense to anybody who likes Kingdom Hearts 1, but you know what I mean. The jumping is weird, the aiming is weird, the targeting is off, the camera's wrong.
Never tire of killing Space Marine.
Thank you, Mr. Red. Give me one moment since I'm about to be attacked here. I'll go ahead and jot that down. I mean, Molyneux's a scam artist. I've said that bluntly and openly several times. He has a provable, on-record track record of following the exact same pattern throughout the years, and it's just kind of pathetic. Peter Molyneux is the guy who usually gets the credit for things like Black and White, or Populous, or the Fable series, among others. Star Trek Resurgence, Kingdom Hearts block, Thief block. You got it. my melt is. There they are.
Try
Yeah, he is Todd Howard if Todd Howard actually had malice to him. And I know a lot of people speak ill of Todd Howard for good reason. But I have maintained for years that Todd Howard is more non-malicious. I don't actually have a better way to phrase that. Ignorant? Is that the word I want to go for here? Yeah, exactly, Kara White Noise. Like, Todd Howard isn't exactly a great guy, but he's fine, really. He legitimately has real passion and real interest in what he's working on. He believes a lot of the stuff he peddles, for good and for bad. Ah, Terminators. Great. Like, I've seen Todd Howard many times, live and on interviews. You can tell the guy actually gives a damn about what he's talking about and what he's trying to push. He's the mouthpiece in many ways. Because he has a lot of charisma. I've said for years that Todd Howard works better in front of a camera than behind the keyboard, so to speak.
Come on in. Who's next on it, Kenny?
That's a good question, Jay Palmer. And of course, I have no idea, since, you know, I did any actual design work for that particular game.
You're too late. The Ascendant will be triumphant.
No, Trihexia. So we don't even respond to that. We don't even have dialogue to respond to that. But yeah, Peter Molyneux, by contrast, is the scammer. He is the actual scumsucker. I believe you. I'm just picturing him being like, to the Tyranids, you, too late. The Ascendant will... But yeah, I actually have more respect for Todd Howard than most people do, I think. Not that that's saying much, because that's still not a lot. But it's, I think, more than most people. And yeah, Sean Murray... that's a much more interesting situation.
We've got all new kinds of boys and wagons now. I was figuring if I leave Mr. Nailbrain and you knobs here, there'll be lots room for lots more boys.
Okay. Exactly, Huthor. Like, Sean Murray was just... But I will give him credit. Not only did he actually want to do the stuff he was talking about, but he and the studio actually did fulfill on the stuff they wanted to do. It took them a while. But they got there. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, No Man's Sky is still going. And still putting out new features. It has been a surprising turnaround. Interesting. Is there a company I'd refuse to buy from on principle? Technically, no. Like, the worst company out there is Tencent by a huge margin. But, honestly, I sincerely doubt that's ever going to come up, so, you know. Well, the thing about Molyneux, too, there's actually another layer to Molyneux being a scam artist. Again, I mentioned a repeating pattern. It's very, very common that he'll just talk up the next game. Just, oh my god, the next game is so amazing and so incredible. What about Activision? That's a good question. Ask me again after I just gave Diablo 3 the highest rating I've ever given any game ever. Anyways, given any game ever. Let me stumble over my words here. But Molyneux will say, this game's going to be super amazing. It's going to give you unicorns, diamond unicorns. Then the game comes out. And then, every single time he'll do an interview, probably about a year after the game comes out, that game sucked. We always knew it was going to suck. It's disappointing, and we didn't achieve the vision we wanted to, and that game sucked. But, the new game is going to be Diamond Unicorns, and he's done this so many times. It's actually ridiculous. And what's bad about Tencent? I don't even know where to start. Let me start by saying that Tencent is one of those companies that's actually owned by the government of China. Not Chinese people, the government of China. Big difference. And I'm going to stop talking right there because honestly, I don't need to go any further. Excuse me, Loner. Thank you. West Taiwan. Tencent has been insidious in how much they've been trying to get their tendrils into every aspect of gaming. The entire gaming industry has at least some tentacle of Tencent in it. It's actually kind of bonkers, the level of footprint they have. There's a reason that Tencent is the single biggest gaming company in the world. They are the actual biggest in terms of finances, in terms of ownership, in terms of footprint, like I said. It's not great. And they have been very quietly, very, very subtly pushing for things for a long time now. It's not great. It's not great. So, that's Tencent. They're the worst. After them, that gets a little bit trickier. I usually put 2K Games, or whatever their parent company is, as the number 2 worst, because they actually resort to, criminal tactics with regards to some of their bullcrap. Have we played any Tencent games on the show? We'll play Diablo 3. Yeah. I'm torn here. I think we're going to go ahead and try this one, because I love the idea of having what looks a lot like a Kill-A-Can. In fact, we're just going to do all of them, because I'm not super impressed with any of my heroes, other than, the big dude. So let's do that. Let's just do that. Alright, so that's an optional mission. What do we got?
I's been scouting, boss. Have a look at what I's found. Could be some good bits in it for us.
And remember, use those shining bridges, 'cause they's bring good luck. If there's an ambush, be at the supply depot it will. Don't let the enemy reach the supply depot. And protect the trucks. I don't care how many of your kids get smashed. I'm sending some boys ahead to loot and make sure there's no ambush. Send cans and then send boys. All kinds of boys.
This sounds like an actual Olk mission. Holy crap. Oh, well, here's this screen, but we're going to try the honor guard this time around. Agreed, Huthor. And that's part of the problem. I've said before, and I've gotten some flack for this comment, that Tencent's overall strategy has been very similar to what I would do if I was trying to take over gaming. Make of that what you will.
Drive slower, you break me bits, he says. And don't forget to drive on the shiny bridges for good luck. Listen up, kids! War Boss Smudgeface says there will be fighting ahead, and we need to get our gear to the war! So just be sure to get enough trucks past the supply station for the war! Smash 'em!
Okay. Okay.
On me way. Okay, boys. Let's not hit those wagons just yet. We shall use that supply station for a proper ambush.
We've got a Killican, as expected.
Shooters ready for you, boss. Now this is living.
I mean, kinda, yeah. And, yeah, exactly, Jay Palmer. To have just a degree of influence across gaming to be able to exert some pressure here and there to make sure that, you know, people aren't being scummy or crap like what happened with Active Blizzard or Ubisoft or 2K Games isn't happening. You know, trying to prevent some nonsense in the industry by having influence everywhere in the industry. Yeah, I was just looking at them. So what do we got? Big cameras. Oh yeah, no, we're gonna get some bonus. Get some bonus going.
I shoot you! You're dead, and I'm not.
Yeah, so first mission is the Olk, second mission is the Eldar, third mission, Marines. Obviously, this is an Olk special mission, so we're just gonna ignore this one. I'm not sure about the next one, though. I guess we'll get there in a minute.
Yeah?
Any...
What do you want with me?
Who's in front? You're in front.
Okay.
It's mine!
What is it? Let's break that. We're stuck in now. There's some boys want to trade. Who's busy? Slaughter time!
Back off.
Where you want that? Get on! That's 3 points for me!
Right, I get 3 points for that one.
Why are they called Death Dreads instead of Killicans? Are they actually different units? Am I stupid? Gotta answer that last question.
Even a challenge! You want speed?
Well, alright, I'll go and ask the $1 million stupid question. What's the difference?
I'm heading out.
Whatever.
I'm sorry, boss. I just can't get it in me skull. Me skull.
God damn, I'm losing my accent. It's actually hard for me to do an Wookiee accent.
I'm gonna have to satisfy myself or something like this.
One less orc to bother me.
I think I'll jot down the Honor Guard system as a potential positive. I'll play around with it a little bit. Honor Guard, question mark.
This here is mine! Mine! Scan! On me way! Yeah, lock and loading. What is it?
You gonna... What are you doing?
Walk, boys, but worth it.
Yes, but just a few stepsies.
It's a whole pile of them.
Okay, shooting.
Tough now. Go there.
He's a big of it.
I was gonna say, he's trying to sell a new model. Okay, that makes sense. First thing you said all day, that makes sense.
Who's next for the killing? Just don't know it yet.
What are you doing? Stop it. Stop it. Jesus Christ, stop it. What is with Relic and narrow corridors in mission design? I keep not recruiting people because I already have too many people for how narrow these pathways are. Should have brought the heroes to this mission, apparently.
You want me?
Where to, boss?
Locked and loading, boss.
Yeah, there was a wall in the way of Von Falkenstein.
I couldn't get my wall down, so I gave up. I got other shooty bits to get.
Please stop canceling my orders every single time you do a cutscene. Homeworld didn't do that. No, really, in Homeworld, during cutscenes, your units would just keep doing what they were doing. Which could be argued to be worse, admittedly, but at least they wouldn't cancel orders.
Only some grunts.
Ah, the Death Dread couldn't get through it. It's too puny.
Move it, you sorry kids. Let's get it shot. On me way. What? There wasn't supposed to be any fighting while we was looting. The trucks are almost here. Ready them shooters, boys. Boss Smashface says we need to keep this way clear for him. He's been set on fire, boys. No challenge.
Hit the damn thing. Damn.
That's all right then.
Done it, shooting, boys. Smash we've been spotted, and they shooting. Yeah, I'm fighting here. Enemy refuel line, killing some more. We've been spotted, and they shooting.
Please attack the thing I'm attacking.
Don't take commandos.
Oh my freaking god. Oh my freaking god. Okay, fine, fine, fine. Come here, Killer Cat.
What's the plan?
Pepsi Man. Sorry.
No, go there. Son ready, boy. Just
Only way, Chief.
Yeah, well, I have no grenades, so attack.
Move! That's no good.
There you go.
It's a firefight now.
Seriously, you've never heard of Pepsi Man? Do me a favor right now, Jay Palmer. Go to YouTube, turn down the volume, and look up Pepsi Man. There's a music video, and of course, there's a speed run at GDQ, both of which are acceptable ways to appreciate Pepsi Man.
Boss, they destroyed those shiny bridges you liked. What? Oh, you better be lying to me, boy, and you better be dead before I get there, because I don't like being lied to. Now out of me way. I'm gonna do all the work myself. And when I'm done fighting, you all getting your faces smashed.
No, you want the volume. You just need to... It's going to be a little loud.
Never liked
So you need to turn it down a little bit.
Arxalar! Right, we smashed that building in! I'll get it!
That was super not Gorguts, but yeah, I feel you. What are you doing?
Just over there. Fine. Look who captured the victory place! It's me!
Yeah, just a few stepsies.
You want speed?
We need more bits and riches for that!
More bits and riches.
Afford a couple of these. Let's get a couple of these.
There is 5!
Pepsi Man.
What is it? You're sorry, kids. Here is 5! Here is 5! Looting.
A new type of death gun, is it?
Any good things for looting there? Boy? Oh, down in the park. Oi, you got us! Over there. Right. Any good things?
This is a weird attempt to try and, like, go back to having actual units and buildings without actually doing it.
Oi, you got us! What do you want with me?
I was gonna say, this sounds a lot of like the Dawn of War 3 problem.
Got me, shooter. Life is good. Sure thing, boss.
Yes, me.
Gonna be some good looting. What is it?
You have... Okay, you've got the beam, you don't.
Got a job for us. Oi,
So let's
you
do
got
you
us.
the beam.
A new type of death gun!
Here we go, boys. This is where he said the fighting was. This is exciting. Can you feel it, boys? Oi, what's that? Tough knob. That's
I mean, if I was to be kind, I would say that Relic was trying to chase the MOBA trend, which was pretty common, especially when this was coming out, since RTSs were already sliding out, even this early. Remember, this is after StarCraft 2 came out. Destroyed the space forever.
another one down. It's almost boring. Oh, come on, you kids. You're dead, and I'm not. I win.
That is the definition of winning.
Where you want to think you can shoot me? I shoot you.
What are you doing? Stop being dumb. Right, go invisible, so you're being less dumb. I mean, that's always the risk, right, Uthor? Sometimes those kind of gambles do work when you just try to pivot to a new model or a new player base. But like you say, the old fans, at least a portion of your old fans, need to be on board, and you need to grab new fans. And yeah, I don't think Relic succeeded at either of those, with Dawn of War 3 especially. I was looking it up this morning, and by this morning I mean last night, excuse me, while I was playing D&D. And in Dawn of War 3 is particularly, the plan was actually for that to be a full tilt thing, like, you know, all of them are. Like, the idea was... The idea was for them to have multiple expansions, just like they'd been doing previously, and then to slowly roll that out into an eventual Dawn of War 4. Dawn of War 3 sold really badly and kind of torpedoed the franchise.
From the shadows. Oh, get it! Get one!
And, not that we'll probably never actually review Dawn of War 3, because I doubt anybody cares enough for the time commitment that would be. But I mention it because if we were to review it, it would be worth noting that the game completely lost support several months after it was released, which is not great.
Another one down! It's almost boring!
Out-attacking! War! Waste pity!
It's a shame, because Halo Wars 2 was actually substantially better than Halo Wars 1, as I showed off.
What you want, yeah, boss?
Why are you aiming this way?
Here we come! Gonna be some good again. What is it?
Waste pity shot on!
Fine, good kill. Ordo, that's cool too.
Yeah, what is it? In we go, boss. Boy, what's that? Who's going to secure planet?
Well, instead of having a boss fight, let's have a convoy fight. Just as tedious. But, something? I don't know. Relic has always been pretty good at mission variety. Again, Homeworld, their first game, is a good example of that.
That's 3 points for me.
It's just they don't always nail mission quality. Homeworld 2 is a good example of that.
This is serious!
I get what you're saying. Driving this way!
Saying is more turrets. Admittedly, I'm not sure of individuals, so I have no idea.
With all that fighting, we lost all our gear! Now it's gonna take a whole day to find all our gear again!
Like, it makes me wonder where the individual creative staff at Relic shifted to, if anywhere, after the Homeworlds. After Homeworld 1, really. The problem is, it's easy to track companies. It's actually a lot harder and more irritating to track individuals. Which I suppose makes sense. But it's still a little frustrating when you're trying to track, you know, the actual developers who make things, as opposed to just the company name that makes things. Well, that was one of the first things I ever talked about ever. And by one of, I mean, it was literally the first video I ever put out on YouTube, was trying to explain the difference between teams and company names. At the time, I was mostly talking about Square, But, I mean, obviously it applies in other places, too. Boop.
Brothers, we must give praise to Khorne, for the construction of the Dark Portal is complete. Where Aragast's temple was sundered, we may once again freely coax the beings of the warp into reality. The portal radiates ruinous power. Celebrate as you witness the constructs of lesser beings tainted and laid to waste around it.
Say, these Sparky boys are just as hard as those poor Space Marines. Makes for a good testy stop for that Kyrus git.
Right. Hang on. What are you talking about? What do you want about? Question mark, Navarius. Oh my god, Hudor. Okay, how do I buy these upgrades exactly? Yeah, these I've clicked these several times. Nothing happens. This is the stuff that I unlocked from mission rewards. Like for this mission, I'll be able to unlock Nob Squad and Orc Stormboy Squad. So there's the Stormboy Squad, for example, and there's the huge hammers, right? So, although, what is that? That requires level 5. Okay, that sucks. I mean, I'm not using any of these guys. The only hero I'm taking is him. Not at all, Jay Palmer. Even back in Warcraft 1 and 2, the demonic horde, for that is the horde in question, very, very little to do with this. Let's scrap that. Give me experience. What is this? Oh, donate to receive a unique item. I do like the idea of getting a Power Claw Da Pincha. Any yous lot here think they's dreaming? Come on, what about yous? Hey, it's my character. In D&D. Seriously, it's actually my right hand, but that's me. Cover is found near various objects and indicated by green and yellow dots on the ground. A bright green or yellow highlight around a squad's health bar indicates...
Interlopers! Come to witness the glory of the Dark Portal! Draw near, then. Watch as the entropy of the warp claims and cripples flesh and steel.
What are we here to do?
Savor your despair.
Get to the teleporter. Okay.
Boy. Look at that. That's proper kill, daddies.
No, it's okay, Novarez. I was just doing my due diligence. Don't want to miss nothing.
Smash it. Bombing wait. Fight them, or you'll be fighting me.
Oh yeah, let's see my new pincher. Yeah, much better. Much better.
Now we have knobs. Let's see what knobs can do. Guessing they're knobs. Of course, we don't have any other upgrades yet. But no, that's... I know you missed it, Dakota, and also don't care. But that's exactly my character concept. I've got a nice big steampunk arm replacing my arm. And various other parts of my body. Noise Marines. give them that. And honestly, let's give them that, too. Get up here. Get up here. The Nobs? Or the Noise Marines. Hang on. I'll see him again, I'm sure. Because here's our Nobs. Which, yeah, no, they look like Nobs. They got the proper axes. Gotta have a chain axe. I mean, honestly, what is life without a chain axe? No, get out of here, get out of here. I might actually swap in the one guy, because that one guy has all my grenades, and I'm already lamenting the lack of grenades. There we go, there's Noise Marines. Oh, that's ugly. That's extremely ugly. Oh my god. I hope those aren't actual people on their shoulders. Flamethrowers do help against garrisons, which is one of the reasons I got the flamethrower upgrade on my Killican. And by Killican, I of course mean whatever it's called. I don't care. No, they're not people. They're not people. We're cool. Everything's cool here. They're definitely not people. People. That's worse! That's worse! God dang, Noise Marines. In case you missed what Noise Marines do, they debuff melee if you're in melee, and they debuff ranged if you're at ranged. That's just... That's them. What are you doing, other? Go attack. Attack! Attack stuff! They play country music backwards? Okay, look, even Chaos wouldn't do that. Even the Dark Prince Revan wouldn't do that. No, back off, back off, back off. Come here, come here. I do like how... Jesus, this snow. I do like how some of the upgrades do still work, regardless of whether they're not... Like, one of the guys I'm specifically going down the tree to give him the ability to just give all vehicles passive regen. Which I don't think I have yet, because I don't see my health going up. But, you know, I'll get there. Hey, there's more Noise Marines. I love Noise Marines so much. Do me a favor and die. Shadow Machine. But I like Megalovania. That's a good song. No, they're playing like... well, Nickelback. Thank you, Dark Prince Revan. I shouldn't meme. I know it's popular to meme on Nickelback. I shouldn't join in on that. They're constantly playing Go Ninja, Go Ninja, Go from the second Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. That's what they're playing. I mean, I could go much worse than that. Because there's a group out there that some of you may or not have heard of called the Insane Clown Posse. Yeah, I love that. The teleporter. Get up there. Get your flamethrowers in that place. Or no, that's about it.
Can't get through here. Looks like the mission's hit a rough patch.
Magnificent, is it not?
We have succeeded where even the great Olcair could not. Come closer, approach the portal, gaze directly into the maw of the warp. If you are fortunate, your lives may be snuffed by its entropy rather than our blades.
So this is either a Eldar or Space Marine mission. I'm not sure which. I'm starting to make a game of it. Trying to identify which missions are for which, supposed to be for which factions.
Ooh, plunder!
Because, yeah. So far, none of them are Olkey. Which, I mean, obvious. Anyways, give me a moment, Dark Prince Revan. So we've got Ace Combat 5, Arkham, etc. And Dragon's Dogma. You got it. You misunderstand me, Saffron, but that's okay. It just means I'm gonna have to ask you to come over here and help me test my new gripper. Now stand real still. This is only gonna hurt a lot.
What's the plan? A long walk, boys, but worth it.
Yes, I did, Loner. It's actually already updated on the website, or rather the upcoming page.
Challenge. On me way.
Like if you check the upcoming page, it says Ace Combat 0 is funded and waiting. So it's not technically in the queue at the moment. Although Firewatch and... I forgot to update that, didn't I? Firewatch and Last Guardian were both funded last night. Stop funding games! God! Quit it! You just gotta kind of... You do the pecking method, right? Now, okay, fun fact. How many of you, in real life, know somebody who's used the pecking method of typing? Now, I know some people can use the pecking method and actually be, you know, reasonably fast about it. But the guy I know in particular who used the pecking method was one of the slowest typers in the known universe. I'm not exaggerating. Saying something as simple as, okay, I'll meet you there, would take him like a solid minute and a half. Not exaggerating. Like 80, 90 seconds to type, okay, I'll meet you there. Where's the Noise Marines? There they are. Kill the Noise Marines! There's that anti-melee ability I was just referencing. Oh my god, I just realized something. For the first time in the history of the Dawn of War series, you can auto-reinforce even when you are not currently needing reinforcements. Which is something I complained about literally yesterday. Check it out. They've got auto-reinforce on even though they're at full. It's a freaking miracle. Where is my Killican? Why are you way back here? I remember typing classes. That would have been 4th grade for me. Didn't see who shot me there. Break that thing! Yeah, I think I'm gonna start breaking the guy with the grenades. Oh no, it was just typing. Again, this is 4th grade for me, which would have been... What next? 1991, I want to say. It was actually a brand new thing. We learned on typewriters, not computers, because we didn't have computer keyboards. At least not at the school I was at. Probably showing my age a little bit here, but...
Go this way! Go! Daylight's business!
was literally just, this is how to type. Type.
Push! Push through it! There's some boys want to join you!
No, my Killer Can is back and better than ever. Meanwhile, Noise Marines. Wog! 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 Everyone wog! We'll outnoise them. I'm surprised no one's ever made, like, a Wog song. Don't say, here we go. That doesn't count. Yeah, exactly. Get some orc throat metal going on here. Wog! Wog! And then they had... Wog! 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 But no, instead we have, here we go, which doesn't count.
Let's break that! Let's break that!
Basically, yeah, just Mongolian throat singing, but make it a little orky. The only lyric in the entire song is just Wog. Did you lose your flame? Oh my god, they lost their flamethrowers.
Right out!
Get these people there. Get them out of there. Let's see, what is this? I'll listen to that later. Probably during the lunch break. And then I will tell you how extremely wrong you are. For believing in the wrong Wog. There's only one Wog, Saffron is mine. Now, needs to go find us some skinny puties so we can get their hat.
Boy, come on, Commando! Over! When's been and shoot on!
No. We are not using cheats. We're only using cheats to potentially show off other factions and other campaigns. We immediately decided not to do that because it was taking too long. A couple hours just to show off 3 missions. That's not a great ratio. What a wonderful war. Oh my god. You can tell I'm not using cheats. My units are damaged, and I already lost one of my units. Okay.
Call someone else to it! We've been spotted, and they shooting!
I think we do too, Dakota. And I already have some ideas how to, I just can't really do much with it.
What's What's the plan? Fight them!
The portal is under attack! To battle!
Move, move! Or don't.
Demons of Kord, come forth! A feast of skulls and blood awaits you!
I don't think skulls taste very good. And I know blood doesn't taste very good.
He's up close
Those boys all dead now!
Oh geez, my nearest recruit thing is way back here.
Look at that! That's proper kill, daddies! Yes! Enemies! No!
Well, I know these can get grenades. That might help a little bit. But this thing, that's just a supply node. And this is a recruit thing, but it's kind of equidistant. That's a requisition point, and that appears to be it. So the next nearest thing would be over here, which is near my... Oh, this thing. Why is this not on the minimap, or is it on the minimap? And I literally can't tell.
No! Blasphemous wretches! Brothers, after them! Do not let them escape!
Oh, too late now. We blew up the portal.
It's been a shuttle!
Okay. Noise Marines. Give them shooters. Not gonna be all of them shooters. Should, among other things, use grenades. Select all.
What's the
I
plan?
find myself in need of that for some weird reason. Don't know why. It's just a thing.
Your chaos boys are all as
I think so, so far. Got several, pretty sure. Some potential, some actual. Grenades. Never been so happy to have grenades. Hey, okay, you are now group. All of you are group 5. Let's go. Grenades, more grenades. There you go. Yeah, I noticed how either my grenades just suck or they're just a lot harder to dislodge from garrisons nowadays. Because I was having the trouble in the other two factions too. What are you doing? I guess fine. Kill him. Kill him. Pinch him.
One more slugger, boy!
Fight up, shoot this lot!
says it does, but they keep not using flamethrowers once they get up in melee on the garrison, which is what they do when you tell them to attack a garrison. So I'm gonna have to do some more precise tests later. Lost the can again. Damn it.
Good idea! You're so cunning and masterful!
Yeah, I'm gonna play with it. I'm gonna play with it next garrison. I see what should probably be around here. Coming? There. Okay. Get in there. Well, that worked. Another garrison. Well. Back. Yeah. Not that I want to complain, but my killer can feels really and by the Death Dread feels really squishy for what's supposed to be a stronger killer can. Balancing things. There you go. That's what I want you to do.
If we can't shoot it, get away! What we smashing next?
I have no idea, Navarius.
There's a bunch of spiky boys over there.
And,
End statement.
I do remember Convoy. We'll get the hammer upgrade for the nobs.
Looks like the teleporter dropped us onto Yumi's capital. Make that capital planet. Yes! As long as I bummed around this sector, I've wanted to mash this big Yumi camp. When the buggies and the spiky boys came through, I was worried I wouldn't get the chance.
There you go. We're attacking Meridia because we want to. Okay, so yeah, Nailbrain is the guy we're gonna go ahead and start bringing. Because holy crap. I'll go with that. Yeah, his name's Nailbrain, by the way. It's probably literal based on his portrait. Yeah, vehicles slowly but automatically repair. That's the talent I'm kind of driving for right now. Oh, right, optional machine.
Listen here, Captain. It's some Humies what plans to become Sparky boys. Let's kill him before they get hard.
Command Vox again, wanting a report. That's the 4th time this week. We keep giving them dead air, and it won't be long before they decide to stop by. They gotta be wondering who's accepting their munition drops, after all. They can Vox every minute until doomsday if they please. We will not respond. You have heard the whispers. You'll know Ulk, the will, the voice. We are his now. He is here. Well, they have forsaken us. If anybody wants these munitions, wants this meat, they must take it from us. Course, closer, for all care.
We can get a looted tank from this one. So yeah. Kill the can sucks. We're gonna bring Nailbrain. I'm curious if there's any other heroes, or if we just start with all the heroes as each faction, and that's just it.
Perimeter breach. Intruders at checkpoint Tertius.
All forces to arms! Gun them down! Bring their flesh to the keep! All care shall feast this eve!
Guys, you used to be cool. Come on. Be cool.
They own day! Stop fire! Come on, you gangs! Let's go! Smash it! I'll dare some boys will enjoy me war! They're gonna chop us up! Sounds like
Space Marines, Uthor. I'm just sick and tired of not getting the focus on Space Marines that we need. We need more Space Marine stuff, more Space Marine games. That's a good question. Wait, hold up. You know what I really want more of in my Space Marine games? Excuse me, my Warhammer 40k games. What I'd really like more of is a game where we're fighting the Orcs and the Eldar, but it turns out Chaos was behind it all along.
We smash it next. What's the April season? Smile that call someone else to it. That thing don't bleed.
A game where we play as Chaos? I don't know. Sounds like some heresy talk, buddy.
Yes, little ones, crawl them bars with delight.
Well, that's my point, Lola Moss. That's why we need more of that. We need more representation of the it was Chaos all along. Witchcraft, heresy, mutation! I can't break my voice the way she does. Like, she pitches it way up. Why is Chaos bad? Well, it's called Chaos, Ventures. That's a good hint, right there. Where do I even begin? Chaos is bad because, yes. That's probably the simplest answer to that statement in a nutshell. Hello.
fight. Another tune to brag about.
Okay, what do we got here? We got the Nobs, we got the Ludas, we got the old boys. We've also got the Stomp. We could get to stomping. Yeah, no. We actually were talking earlier about how problematic it is to have something that's always chaotic evil. Well, the warp is always chaotic evil. And by the warp, excuse me, I don't mean the warp. That's a misnomer. The Chaos Gods are always chaotic evil. There we go. That's what I meant.
Shoot 'em most bigger.
Let's get a Ludas going. And a Nope. Much worse, Venters. The Daedra in... What are you doing?
How is it you've allowed the invaders to remain breathing? They walk in the open, begging to be slaughtered! Manticore batteries, vengeance and justice, crush them beneath your rockets!
Fight them, or you'll be fighting me!
Okay, this is not something I enjoy particularly much.
It's a firefight now! They know we don't mean
Anyways. Yeah, no, Daedra, like, ignore the scale. Ignore the fact that the Daedra are much weaker than Chaos Gods. That's Warhammer 40k, that doesn't mean anything. But what is relevant is that the Daedra are self-interested, but ultimately not that... They're not that bad, really. Not comparatively speaking. Daedra tend to amuse themselves by competing with one another and, you know, occasionally poking at the Mundus and doing whatever they can with that. Chaos Gods, well...
Sneaky boys! Somewhere!
You know what? I don't have words for it. The Chaos Gods are terrible. There. We're just gonna say that. We're just gonna summarize. Chaos Gods bad. Wait a minute. If you're asking that question, though, Venters, are you hearing the voices? I will give this series of games credit. The best quote I have ever heard ever about Warhammer 40k was said in the Avitus Trader ending of Chaos Rising.
I see.
What am I missing? It looks like I'm missing my Shudas. My Shudas back.
I can wipe them out.
Chill here a minute. Those are your voices, Venters? Oh my god! But yeah, I was talking, and for some reason, and I'm never doing this, but for some reason I've been thinking about a potential Warhammer 40k rewrite and what I would do with it. And the more I think about it, the more I agree with the idea of just pulling down the warp in terms of how horrific it is, and removing chaos entirely. Let me put it in this terminology. Rather than capital C chaos, it would be lowercase c chaos, right? So you'd have traitor legions, you'd have internecine fighting, you'd have civil war, you'd have chapters which disagree with each other, but there's no chaos, right? No chaos gods, no demons, no, you know, Nurgle's garden, right? Because I still think there's a lot of potential for storytelling in a galaxy that's as messed up as this one, right? Without having to have literal chaos demons running around going blah, blah, the entire time. And I admit the idea has been appealing to me. Listen, Huthor. Everyone disagrees with that, Dakota. That's why it's never happening. I would never do that because no one would care. No one would watch it. No one would like it. I would just be doing it for my own sake at that point. But I got other things to do. Grab that. You can get in there. Oh my god. Okay, fine. You go in there.
I'm on me way.
Oh no, I definitely wouldn't do that either, Dakota. Hell no. Ugh. Absolutely not. Which is sort of my point. But I'm probably going to recycle a lot of the ideas I've been having into something else somewhere.
Just a tick.
Like the idea of maybe make the Space Marines more build tall than they currently are, instead of just kind of being genericos. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab this.
Stand straight.
Love the guard. Have the guard be the guard. Not sure what I'd do with the Eldar. And I'd probably leave the Orcs more or less as is. Are you coming? Oh my god, go! We're body blocked. We're literally body blocked. We cannot get on the other side of this thing. Okay, hold on.
Just a test. Let's go.
I want everyone to realize that we are body blocked, and it will not actually let me force attack the frickin'...
This better be worth me while.
Get this crap out of my way!
Just a titch. Right. They got nice aim for you.
You gotta be kidding me.
Oi, over there. Don't let the flames spook you. Skull. Just a titch. Right.
The Star Trek rewrite has been shelved and will remain shelved for some time. We're focusing on a lot of other stuff first. The Dalbur rewrite obviously has already gone out. Right now, the FF1 rewrite is currently in mid-production. The FF2 rewrite is in pre-production. Well, that's not true, actually. FF2 rewrite is now in early production.
Move it, move it, move it!
FF3 rewrite is in early production.
Shoot 'em most bigger, inelegant, but pleasingly loud. Who's getting shot? You! Oi, no, go there. This which way? Sorry, right. Move over. Bomb! Get away!
No, I'm walking away from this. This is stupid. This is really, really stupid.
Away.
This is the terrain problem. Rearing its ugly head again. Yeah, they're just stuck. They're just stuck.
Got it. What is it?
I've already grenaded it. I know you missed it because you're not paying attention to Koida, but I've actually already tried to grenade everything in this area. So, in case you're missing what's happening here, the only actual navigable space in between here is this spot right here, which a corpse is blocking. But that corpse, for some godly unknown reason, actually has collision. And so it's blocking it. I don't have anyone who can charge. We've already tried grenades. He can teleport, but he's on the other side already, so he's fine. Yeah, so this group is just getting abandoned, so they're just gonna go charge to their deaths. Go charge to your death, please, thank you. And the rest of us are just gonna move on and pretend we never saw that. And I'm just gonna jot down a negative for terrain design, because this is absolutely not the first time we've run into some terrain problems. This is just the first time we haven't been able to bomb jump our way around it. Come on.
This man shall feel my gangrenous touch.
Blah, 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 blah. Demons. Blah, 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 blah. Dumb. Wait, are you not...
Think you're so
I ain't marching anywhere now!
Are you gonna... Is this guy completely stuck? Oh no, they're split. The squad is split on both sides of the thing. Oh my god. Pre-production is exactly what it sounds like. It's a fairly large swath of time that can include everything from I'm just thinking about it all the way up to... Is that a lemon Russ? All the way up to doing outlining and figuring out casting, all that fun sort of stuff. Then you've got production. Production is sort of exactly what it sounds like. It's when you're actually sitting down and making the visuals, putting together the audio, editing together samples and lines, you know, when you're actually making the video. Post-production, in most cases, post-production is... Oh, I hope I can actually move through here. Holy crap. We're gonna be able to squeeze through. Having issues. Okay, we're okay, we're okay. Post-production, in most things, is where, you know, they've done the principal filming and photography, and all of the, you know, the hard stuff is already filmed and recorded. The actors have gone home, the directors have gone home, in some cases. So now it's time to go ahead. Are you freaking kidding me? We couldn't kill some freaking other stormtroopers. And they all made it. We couldn't kill a single one. Actually pathetic. Just foot. So it's absolutely nothing. Wow, okay, that's good to know. Foot does nothing against vehicles. What are you doing? Why are you standing here?
They seen us! Caught someone else doing it!
Post-production is usually when you're doing the special effects, editing, you know, polishing stuff. For me, post-production is when all the lines are submitted and most of the bulk work is done, and I'm just doing the polishing, usually by going through and making sure all the audio is properly balanced, which is a big thing. And then making sure that, you know, I do like one full watch through to make sure that I catch any errors or bugs or mistakes I made, and then fix those, and then poof, we're done. So that's how that works for me.
A long walk, boys, but
So, for example, RFF1, I already have lines being submitted. We are fully in production. We're at the point where we are currently putting together the video. I don't know why I'm saying we. I am currently putting together the video from all the lines that people have already submitted. And FF2 is at the point where I'm in scripting, which is, again, production. How would you like to, Eternus?
It's mine!
he's taking fire!
Those boys all dead!
How are you doing over here?
He's busy!
Very, very slowly doing nothing. You know what? Just go here. Just go here. Ignore them completely. Just completely ignore them. There you go. Kill those guys. So FF2 is in scripting phase. FF1 is in putting together phase. Lines are being submitted and videos being edited. FF3 is in outline phase. Star Wars is in outline phase. And that's kind of it at the moment. Star Trek is, like I said, kind of on the back burner very deliberately as we try to gain a little bit more experience in how these projects even work and how we produce the videos and blah, 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 blah. I'm even challenging my own previous assertion that Star Trek should be episodic and instead thinking about doing it as a seasonal thing. Each literal episode I put out being a separate season kind of an idea. Not sure about that yet. Still debating. Oh, that looks like fun.
Feel the glory of necrosis and rejoice!
Oh, stop reinforcing. That's the problem. Can I just delete you? Nope. Well, I kind of already have, Dakota. Most of Season 1 of Enterprise is actually already written out as an episode per episode thing. Because that was always the intention for the Trek rewrite. is to do each episode. Well, that didn't work. Jessie Gender is no longer involved. She is awesome, but she is also much bigger tier than me. Doubt she even remembers I exist at this point.
No match for us!
So no, would be the answer to that question.
We've been spotted, and they shooting! Look at that!
I'm happy for her. She's been quite successful. I do wish more success upon her. And he's down. I'm gonna go ahead and act like a complete moron here for 5 seconds. Eternus. Arrow? What do you mean by arrow?
I get your plan. Smash it!
Oh, aerospace engineering. Yeah. I do always like to consult, although I'll be completely honest, I've thrown physics out the window for most of the works.
Yes! Yes! Come, unbelievers! All care welcomes all! Whatever. That's what you want?
I like how he says that. That's what you want? Yeah.
Got it!
So what's the issue here? Let's give me some new knobs, since my old knobs are just sitting over there, and I can't even delete them. And I'll get some looters, too. Do the new 6. Where you going? Come here. And shooters. And we'll see what we're fighting. Everyone go.
A long walk, boys, but worth it.
I hate to sound complainy yet again, but I want you to think about how narrow the travel ways are in this map. And then think about the fact that this specific expansion is when they start allowing you to field large groups of troops again. And I'm pointing that out because I feel like there was either a miscommunication somewhere in the office or just a lack of care. One of the two. Like, oh yeah, no, it'll be fine. Or one group was like, okay, build the maps, build the maps, build the maps. And the other groups is like, alright, we're gonna finally let them actually command troops again, it'll be great. I agree, these missions are way too long, especially for Dawn of War 2. I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and be honest, I kind of think Dawn of War 2's mission structure was a little bit too... Each mission was a little bit too long. But if you're paying attention, we usually could smash through most Vanilla and Chaos Rising missions in anywhere from 7 to 15 minutes. Just absolutely bulldoze through them. These have been much longer, and I don't think it's to their benefit.
That was a good one!
Oh no, it's...
There's some boys want to join me Tuesday!
a... Chimera? You've already thrown lemon russes at me. Why are you throwing a Chimera at me? Oh yeah, there's literally no morale mechanic. They just removed that, which I'm not sure what I think of that. I bought that. I bought that. I'll do this over here. There. Minor logs. Logs. But this is something I've actually talked about a lot. Like, a lot, really. Just because a game has good combat doesn't mean a game has enjoyable combat. Because systems do not... Because systems do not exist in a vacuum, right? We've talked about this a lot in recent game design. you need to have good enemy design, you need to have good mission design, you need to have good terrain design, you need to have good progression design in order to make the combat actually fun. Even if your core combat itself is cool, if the related and attached mechanics are not, then what you have is something that's just not fun. Which brings me to this game. I actually kind of like the fact that we're back to actually controlling squads. And we can reinforce them and customize their units, and we can give them little upgrades on the mission. That's cool. But the map design, enemy design, and just general structure of the things we're fighting does not support that being enjoyable. So, here we are. Nobody wants to know more about the X-Stand to turn this. Although, something I keep workshopping a little bit is maybe turning the rewrite team into making an episode or two for the X-Stand. Most of the actors seem to be on board with that. We'll see. We'll get there.
I've seen grots bigger than them!
Death comes for all. May my flesh fester and rot and give life anew. For Nurgle. Ah.
Cool.
Days trashed!
What would you like to know, Eternus? It's a little easier for me to talk about it if I have a question to answer. Alright, so obviously I want my friggin' tank. They do, Navarius, and I mean that as an insult, too. Good day, Evo. I do hope you enjoy. You are going to dinner, right? You did decide you're going. Excellent. I hope you enjoy, because if you don't... So, to continue talking about that topic very, very briefly, like the Honor Guard mechanic, right? That sounds actually really cool. You can bring a hero unit who has your customized gear and your customized abilities, or you can bring an Honor Guard equivalent to that hero unit, which gains some of the benefits of their abilities, and gives you a squad instead of an individual. That sounds like a great idea, but the attached mechanics are not supporting it, right? And now it's just kind of like... And yeah, this is why I've already kind of pulled the trigger on the idea that we are not playing through every campaign. That's... no. Yeah, it's one of those wonderful things. The maps are too small, and they're also too long. There we go. Log is fully buffed. Nice. What was I going on with you? Ah, yes. See, I'm thinking I might just start bringing my heroes, because that way they won't get literally stuck on the terrain. Oh, I can equip another accessory that I don't have. Yeah, we literally had to abandon a troop in the previous mission because they were so stuck on the terrain, and I couldn't break the terrain, and I couldn't get them free. And the worst part was part of the squad was stuck on one side of the terrain, part of the squad was stuck on the other. I have no idea how it happened. I'd have to watch the VOD to figure out how it happened. Now, forgive me, I'm going to go ahead and take a brief AFK because I never even finished breakfast this morning. And so I'm just going to go brush my teeth. And wash my face and put my gloves on really quick. So I'm going to give you some Mechanicus music while I AFK for a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. Turn that down a little bit. There we go. Game. There you go. So, the way I reheat leftover pizza is I get a paper towel, or two, just enough to cover the pizza, and get it damp, not wet. That's important. Easiest way to get it damp is to just pour some water into your sink briefly, and then tap down the paper towel in the water so it's not completely soaking. Cover the pizza with the damp paper towel. Heat it up. This is true for almost anything bread related, by the way. Little pro tip. It only works once, but it is a great way to reheat bagels, bread, pizza, or anything bready. So, 2DMNX asked of questions, which it looks like people in chat already answered. But when we finish Dawn of War 2 is when we will start Total Warhammer 3. The reason it says 60 hours is because the rough estimate for how long it'll take is roughly 60 hours. That's probably lowballing it if we're being honest, but, whatever. Oh yeah, low heat also helps too, while we're on the subject. Now, I've been thinking about the game we're playing right now while I was, washing my face and brushing my teeth, as I often do. I usually spend my off-camera time processing the game I'm going through. And I think something is cohesed for me, and I'm going to go and start the next mission, then I'm going to talk about it during the boring middle part of the mission. Don't forget.
These humans are getting their orders from that Space Marine boss. That one we want to stomp. Might be we can catch them and stop them right here.
Priority Box Channel Secundus. Lord Ascendant, I lead the faithful assaulting Capital Spire. I am pleased to report that the Spire's defenders have fallen. They were unprepared for an attack from within. We shall hold the Spire and await your transmission bearing further instructions. Glory to the Ascendant. Glory to Khorne.
Oh, ho, ho, Mr. Nailbrain. We's about to embark on one of Gork's simple pleasures. If there's one thing them humies do well, it's building huge Zoggoth forts for us orcs to kick over.
They do got loads and loads of big shooty wagons and the like, though.
You say that like it's a bad thing, Mr. Nailbrain. Just makes for better looting.
I'll keep him. Listen, corn and tomatoes is amazing. Corn, tomatoes, and rice. Ooh. Did I sleep well? I woke up at 9:20 Eastern Standard Time, Evo.
Assailants! Push them back! Do not let them gain a foothold on the spire!
It's expected. We were playing D&D, and those nights are always late, and we were playing D&D late. So, no, that was not your fault at all. It was a D&D night. It was a Thursday night. Friday mornings were always the hardest stream day for me. It's just how it is. Okay, so I think we're in a nice boring section. Is that? I don't think. Okay. M.
Pull back that Lehman Russ and regroup! 4th and 17th! I want an assault line of Bane Wolves pressing this position!
Now he's in it!
Okay, I do like that close-up look of the Lehman Russ. That's legit.
What's the sir anymore?
Get a grenade in there. Hopefully more than one. Rest for 5 seconds, please. No, the modeling, the brickwork, sprite work, really, in this game has actually been quite legit.
50! Open a box with air support and stand by. If they encroach the HQ, I want the sky to fall on them!
We can get a looted tank now because, of course, we want a looted tank. Let's see what we can do with a looted tank. Watch, it's gonna be pathetic. What do you want to bet? So the thing I was thinking off camera was, I've heard a lot of people say that Dawn of War 2 is better than Dawn of War 1. I've seen it in the comments section, and I've heard the opinion from people, you know, in real life several times over the years. Now, whether that's true or not isn't really relevant, but I think I've really finally processed why, because I was sort of expecting to like 2 better than 1 as well, despite my previous negative experiences with 2. And I think it's because 2 has had less negatives than 1. But it's also had less positives. I was reminded of a comment that Kira White Noise made either yesterday or the day before, that there's not a lot of density in this game, and it's true. Most of the maps are fine. Like, there's nothing really wrong with them, but there's nothing really great about them either. Most of it's just kind of there. You know what I mean? And, thinking back over the last couple of weeks, you know which individual... You know which individual thing has been the most enjoyable for me, like, regardless of specifics of review? I bet you can guess, because I'm just going to tell you. It was Dark Crusade. Like, Dark Crusade was, honestly, pretty legit. It had its issues, as all games do, but it had the least negatives and the most positives by quite a margin. We already lost our tank. That entrenched. Not what I thought. Being said, story-wise, I would still say the vanilla Dawn of War 1 campaign was probably the best. That continues to be true. And honestly, that weirds me out a little bit. But, if my theory that, you know, some of the actual developers moved on from Relic early on is true, it would make a lot more sense, because it would mean there's a higher probability of some of those, you know, homeworld devs working on the vanilla campaign. So we're finally flamethrowering. It seems to be working out pretty well. I've been able to test that in a while. Back off. Cover for a second. That was a bit of a slog.
This sounds like Coach with me! Enemy shooting the troops! Enemy shooters! It's
Probably Kira White Noise. I've actually been reasonably impressed with the story axis of the game we're playing right now. It's just, right now we're showing off the silly side of that story. And we're not going to show off the rest of it.
it's already mine. Just don't know it yet.
Because I'm pretty sure even watching like a story summary of another campaign would be a nice long time commitment. And we're already technically over budget here. The melee options feel pretty bad. So we've got the big unit problem, which is something a lot of RTSs have a problem with, where your best melee units are the nice big dudes who are like, "Whoa," and they have trouble actually being able to bring all of their fire, all of their attacks to bear at the same time. So, our best melee unit, these guys, the Nulbs, the Mina Nulbs, usually, as you can see right there, only 4 of them, I think actually 5 total, can target at any given point in time. No, Yura. So what was decided upon is we're going to treat Total War Warhammer 3 like any other long-form game, which is usually games like Paradox games or MMOs. So DLC content and that kind of stuff becomes its own separate game to fund. Up here. So if we waited until all of Total War Warhammer 3 came out, we'd be waiting a very long time. I believe the current estimate is somewhere along the lines of a decade. We're not waiting a decade.
Commencing bombing run, sir.
Could I have my camera back so I could respond to the bombing run, please? Please? Thank you. What games other than MMOs? Well, I just named two. Total War Warhammer 3 is obviously one of them, but the other one is basically everything by Paradox. Crusader Kings 3, Stellaris, Europa Universalis 4, Hearts of Iron, I believe, is still getting progress, and of course Victoria 3.
Valkyrie is hot and on approach.
Anything other than that, I can't think of anything personally. I'm sure there is something somewhere, I'm just not thinking of it. Yeah, alas, Imperator is nice and abandoned, so we can just fund that as one single run. I mean, it is the paradox of Paradox games, is it not? I've talked about this for years. Their financial policies and DLC policies are honestly pretty scummy. And yet, at the same time, a decent chunk of the DLCs they put out are actually worth a damn. So it actually does make the games better, and it's like, okay.
Valkyrie is hot and on approach.
To my knowledge, Imperator is completely abandoned, but don't quote me on that. However, the recent Paradox announcement stream didn't say anything about Imperator, and that's probably as damning as it is implied to me. Exactly, Novarius. Like, Paradox games are nice and expensive. Now, I don't mind because I usually get my money's worth out of it, but it is something that needs to be mentioned and talked about because it is not a great thing. And it is something people need to know. It's like, well, how much is Crusader Kings 3? Well, at the moment it's not that expensive, but...
Valkyrie is hot and on approach.
Logging through the tanks here. Don't mind me. Back up. Well, it's one of those interesting things philosophically, too, because the argument can and has been made that they, for lack of a better way to put it, deserve to charge for all the DLCs because they're still supporting the game and they are still adding new mechanics and new functionality and blah, 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 blah. So, Devarius, I hate to point this out to you, but Paradox games, when you're playing multiplayer, only one person needs to have the DLC. Everyone else joining their game has access to all that DLC. It's actually one of the better features of the Paradox games. So, you absolutely could play with your friends as long as they own the DLC. You own it. That's one of the ways we did Paradox Sundays back in the day, was I was the one who owned all the DLC, so everyone could join me and be like, woo! Well, that's why I still say it's kind of a blech thing to put, and it is something that needs to be noted. Again, at the end of the day, I do think it is a net positive, but... Shrug. Ah, that's fair, Navarius.
Valkyrie is hot and on approach.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, oh no. Oh no. Oh no. The tank's corpse is blocking the way.
They seen us! I seize it!
I ain't marching anywhere!
This is the exact same problem we just ran into on the last map. Okay.
More coming!
Okay,
They
okay.
seen us!
It's a good idea. We have access to vehicles this time. So we might be able to clear the rubble.
Take me to wagon! Going!
Valkyrie is hot.
I'd just like to say that this is still Volker. Oh, okay. Sure, apparently the Valkyrie can destroy it too. This is still bullcrap. Well, we didn't last mission, Navarius. We just had to abandon a troop and an entire side objective because it sucks to be me. Could you, like, not do what you're doing, please?
What's the plan? We have gunshots! Right! Good job, Bryce. Get your wagon!
No, because the Valkyrie broke it. But if the Valkyrie wasn't scripted to break it, then yeah, I'd be screwed. Because as we showed off last mission, we have no methodology to destroy that crap.
Valkyrie is
It's just
hot and on approach.
in the way, and we get to live with that.
Points was worth it. That's none of the seat. Open the throttle!
See, that's another idea that feels poorly thought out, Lolamas. We have narrow maps with lots of units with corpses that can block terrain. That feels very ill thought out. What are you doing? What are you doing? You know, that actually sounds like Retribution in a nutshell on the gameplay axis. Ill thought out. Like, some people had some ideas, and then they just did the ideas. And we're like, alright. We'll repair that. Or just let it blow up. That's gold, too.
Approach.
Okay.
Lots of blood! Orcs over all this That's how you massacre! Got the ammo stack!
Valkyrie is hot and on approach.
These posts! Be on the other side! Smoking me! We're getting shot! That's done! What next? What's the plan?
but he's all out of riches, boss.
Oh my god, Melkor. Congratulations. They don't want you to look at women in hot tubs wearing bikinis. Just this once, though.
Where's me squig ointment? Yeah, what is it?
Working on that gear up, boss.
Where's me squig ointment?
I've been seeing a lot of VTuber recommendations.
You want me?
Although I don't really pop onto Twitch all that often. So I should say I've been seeing that over on YouTube.
Spoil.
No, Dakota. Just the population right there in the lower right. Of course I am, Frisco. Why would I watch Twitch? When would I have time to watch Twitch? Like, think about that for a second. That is a lot of metal right there. Ton after ton of war iron. Yep, I've got 5 monitors going so I can watch the hot tub streams and the VTuber streams, and then there's people who are just opening
Transmission coming down now, Captain. Eyes got
loot boxes.
Might be that Space Marine, boss. Let's listen.
Priority Vox Channel Secondus. This is the Ascendant, Azariah Kairos. Marvelously done, Sergeant. Your slaughter of your own brothers in arms shall bring much favor from Khorne. Without its center of administration, Meridian is as helpless as a babe set upon by wolves. Remain stationed there and repel any invaders. Your reward for your faith shall be forthcoming. Skulls to Khorne.
Help us, Luke. God.
Is that it? Okay. Cool.
There be loots in this here bag. It's a fancy pile of scrap. We also got an exploded rocket launcher. If we don't blow them up, at least we'll blow them off their feet. Loot, 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 loot.
Wait, really? Kira White Noise? That was the dun-dun-dun moment? Oh my god. I've got it. So imagine there's a VTuber in a virtual hot tub, and they're just opening loot boxes, but they're not talking.
What accent are you doing, no accent? Ain't no accent here. I'm just here to get crumpin'. Captain
What I call myself?
Crown Knacker. Captain Crown Knacker. If you actually watch my D&D streams every Thursday evening, you can hear me do this accent a whole lot more. I'm gonna get right stuck in.
Captain, that push Yumi Kairos bodged it. That transmission we snagged from the Yumis, I backfired it to Typhon.
Get that Quisitor on the horn! I've got your posh Yumi boss in me Git Finder. He'll be stumped before you knows it. Oi, are you listening, Twiggy? Get your boys and your wagons and get ready for a proper fight!
So far, my favorite line in this entire game is still, and I'm gonna bungle this because I forget exactly what it said, but it's like, whoa, where are your guts? Oh, never mind, they're over here and over here and over here. Actually, my second favorite line of this game is also from the main captain. Main character of the Orcs. Which was, have you seen any humans?
Why? There's something in my teeth. Ooh, I got me some snazzy armor. It's all shiny.
There's a lot of stuff I can't equip. Okay, so we've got like, what? 5 abilities left, so what do I want? I like how the melee tree, which is called offense, is now just both melee and range, so that's cool. I mean, let's be clear, the Star Trek Ruminations would be nothing without UK. We all know that. Oh, it's not just like a crypto art ad. It's like the VTuber itself pauses in the middle of, you know, of opening loot boxes to be like, you know, you need to get in at the ground floor of this new scam. I mean, financial opportunity. Jesus. 3 hours. Yeah, that's not happening. Holy crap. Oh yeah, we gotta have the lottery scam too. No, I've only got 5 points, so I can't get to that. I'm just saying, it was a snazzy intro, okay. Oh, and I figured out how to do the other thing without you. Puppies. Sorry. I'm just gonna go down this tree. Get some cooldown reduction on the wall. So you can equip all kinds of stuff, but is any of it worth a damn?
I do like having me a rocket launcher.
Extra loud def gun. The description is just, what? Let's give you that. Sure. Hang on, I need to go murder Flygand really quick. Can we murder Flygand really quick, please? Thanks. Oh, congratulations, okay. About friggin' time. Not that I'm blaming you on that, it's just, you know, I know you've been trying to get a job in your chosen field for a while. So, congrats. Alright.
I found that Space Marine, boss, but I'm not seeing any other Yumi boys around.
On your lonesome. Ha! That jumped up Sogwit didn't even bring a proper mob. It's hardly even worth stomping him.
We's all still going to stop him though, right, Captain?
No. Yes, we still gonna stomp him. Gather the boys for what it's worth. Maybe we's get lucky and it'll be an ambush or something.
If ours was to set up a silent ambush, that's exactly what it sounds like.
The Orcs. Well, hopefully it's an ambush.
Thank you, Linkelda. Oh, as always. We'll jot that down for a couple of things. Yeah, thankfully we continue to have the excellent dialogue of the Orcs. In fact, I'm tempted to give them their own positives because it's just it's been spot on. Whole game so far. And by whole game I mean Retribution. Let's see, we got the Black Goal, the Ratchet, and Clank trilogy, and Naruto.
Yeah, good, it's true. Good fights, all to find.
Yeah, I'm not. We're good. Let's go. A rally point. All units constructed from any of your forward bases or HQs will immediately travel to your army's rally point. Wog. I should test something. That's what I thought. Okay, this is a very minor thing to complain about. But you can't have one unit in multiple control groups. I should explain what I mean by that briefly, because that sentence sounds weird, I'm sure. So let's say I have an entire line of capital ships. And so I want every capital ship to be in Group 2, so I can move every capital ship forward. But when it gets to actual combat, I want my destroyers in Group 3, my frigates in Group 4, and then I want my carriers in the back in Group 5. So, 2 and 5, 2 and 3, 2 and 4. Make sense? Can't do that here. They're all in Group 5. I just tested it. So, I now need to actually fix that. Because, I should probably mention, by the way, Dawn of War 1 allowed you to have multiple unit groupings, because it's a really, really common thing. And yeah, and then Group 6 is just everything for when you just need to move the fleet. Exactly. It's a weird choice, because, again, Dawn of War 1 had that. That's why I keep having to do this in order to... You can't see it, can you? Oh, no, you can see it. You can see it. So I have to keep doing this in order to just grab all every now and again. I mean, yeah, Dakota. Really, Huthor? That...
What is this? Nothing was supposed to find us here. Warhost, hold fast. They must not disrupt the Seer Council.
Aye. What they said. Question. Do you think that deserves a negative? This is actually important, it just occurred to me, because I don't think I've ever encountered a strategy game, tactical or real-time, excuse me, turn-based or real-time, that doesn't allow you to have multiple control groups. Like, I legitimately don't think I've ever encountered that before. But if Total War Warhammer 3 also has that problem, well, then we need to establish precedence right now.
Shoot 'em in more pointy elements.
That's just... It's one of those taking options and control away from the players kind of a things, for no good reason.
Hughes was right, Captain. Them Eldars is ambushing us.
Yay!
Ponce the Eldar, eh? Well, I guess this might count as an ambush. Limber up at least, boys. Don't strain yourselves.
Well, I can think of several right off the top of my head, Flag Ant. Total Annihilation, StarCraft, Warcraft, Dawn of War 1. No, Friscoborn. They can't be in multiple control groups. I just explained this. I literally just explained this. I want to have an all group in this particular setup, so I should be able to do Control 5. But then I select the main guy, which is the 1 button, which does nothing, because they can only be in one group. See, that's the thing. If there was no control groups at all, that would be terrible. That would be Warcraft 1 at that point. Actually, I think even Warcraft 1 allows that, but whatever. But not being able to have multiple control groups, that's something I've never encountered before. Until, you know, this game. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4.
What is it?
We'll wiggle, we'll wiggle. That's why I'm thinking I might only give it 1 negative here for Scaborn, since this is more tactical based. Still, at the same time, in Retribution specifically, you could have a fairly large group of stuff. In fact, I'm just going to get 3 more blobs going together here really quick. Also, and I don't mean anything mean by this, but if the only argument that can be put in its defense is, well, you're not supposed to play that way, that's not a great defense. Because, yeah, one of the things I could do, for example, is I want to control my melee group in group 2, and I want to control my range. Actually, what I'd probably do is I'd probably do my melee group in, like, say, group 5, and then my ranged group in group 6, and just do that for general positioning walking into a fight, and then individually 1, 2, 3, and 4 is giving out individual orders and specifics, so it'd be more for moving through the map and pre-battle positioning. Now, that's just me. But I can think right off the top of my head of a situation where it would be helpful to have that. And this is the really important part. They would have to go out of their way to remove that being an option, which is just weird. Like, why would you go out of your way to remove multiple control groups like that? I'm confused by that more than anything else. So we're going to bundle you in 5 here. So, in this specific case, I think it justifies 1 negative. If this was something like, say, Homeworld, like I was just referencing, that would definitely be a multiple negative kind of a situation. I guess we'll put that under controls. You're right, Kira White Noise. I'm spoiled by good game design. I actually had that comment this morning. This morning, I had someone give the comment that I and other, newer gamers, I'm 41, by the way, newer gamers are spoiled by quality of life features and good game design. And that's the only reason I don't like older games, which is also wrong, since there's plenty of older games I like, plenty good. But like everything they said was wrong. It's fantastic. Every single thing they said was wrong. Yes, us sand drinkers have been spoiled by water. Darn. Look, it's not my fault that it's a good quote. That's actually not that good of a quote. I take that back. But it's accurate, because it's true in this case. Literally everything they said was wrong. The only way they could be more wrong is to add more things to the sentence which were also wrong, to just add density to the wrongness. Okay. Okay.
You want me? A long walk, boys, but worth it. Shoot 'em, most big all alone! Oi! Does Eldar sneaking about? Oi! Over there!
Oh man, tell me about it, Friscoborn. I actually went back to replay Myth, because I'm actually a huge fan of the Myth story. So I wanted to go back and replay that. This was about 8 or 9 years ago at this point. I didn't make it through it. Like, I love what they were going for. And again, it was the first squad-based tactical game I played, and I actually enjoyed the concept, but holy crap.
Another thing to brag about.
I don't think I actually have it here, but I still have the Myth GURPS book, just because it adds tons and tons of the world building that the Myth series has. And I've used it as a basis for some of my own campaigns. Not GURPS, just, you know, some of the ideas they have. Yeah, we'll go north up here, I think. Let's do that.
Where's me swing ointment? Move on, just there. That's the way. There's a nice spot of cover.
It is a very depressing world, which is funny because it's apparently very hopeful, too. It's just we didn't join the world in that period of time.
Still the invaders persist. My kin, we shall strike them before vanishing. Prepare yourselves.
Like, before the Wolf Age hit, they had, what, 1,000 years of peace and prosperity?
Call in help.
What did these pointy heads think to get out of this? They don't have proper arcing values, so they're not here for a fight. Stomp 'em, lads! Aye, aye, boss. I get you there, yeah! This, yeah!
Yeah, I got a rocket launcher on him. Forgot about that.
Don't shoot at me! Don't shoot at no bricks! Just a titch! Right, enemies! What's the enemy with? Shoot 'em, most big ones!
Get out of there.
Kill me some
I actually pushed all the way through Myth 3. Whole frickin' way through. What is it with threes and sucking? Why is that a thing? Oh shoot, I haven't given them their guns yet. No wonder they're melee. Sorry, that's my bad. That's my bad. The orcs are like, hey, let's get it fighting, and it's like, oh. Well, whatever. I'm joking, obviously. It's just, it is funny how many threes are not great. That's true in movies, too. It's usually the really good movies that actually successfully pull off the hat trick. There was a rule for years in Hollywood, and I'm talking like going back to the 40s, that you should never make a third movie in a franchise unless you're already at the point where you're squeezing blood out of the stone, because you have officially killed the franchise by the third movie.
Sounds like boomy fuck!
I was gonna say, then other movies started proving them wrong. I think Return of the Jedi was one of the earlier ones, but there's also Back to the Future 3, Lord of the Rings Trilogy 3, Return of the King, which I just mentioned, I don't know why I said that. But honestly, it's one of those situations where, even now, if you look at it statistically speaking, the higher percentage of threes are the bad ones. Because, yeah, that's exactly the point. A film franchise that managed to have a good third film, especially in a trilogy, is the exception, not the norm. I mean, so was Return of the King, TSB. And John Wick is just the exception amongst exceptions. It's the thing that completely threw all traditional movie filmmaking out the window and made it stick. Books are a bit different. I don't talk about books all that often, but they have their own things. Stop getting distended. Stop getting distended. Hold back. Hold back. I should mention I'm one of those people who doesn't like Alien 3. To give my opinion on that one really quick. But obviously nothing wrong with anybody else likes Alien 3. It's also probably worth noting that Alien 3 had one of the most hilariously troubled productions I've ever read about. That's saying something. Holy crap. It's a little amazing that film got made at all. But, if it makes you feel any better, Friscoborn, I've never heard of anybody liking Alien 3 before. I'm not saying that to be facetious. I really haven't. So it's good to hear it, is what I'm trying to say. Get back in. Get stuck in. Get stuck in. Alien 4... What? I didn't give it any opinion yet, Friscoborn. You can't judge me for an opinion I haven't given. I unironically enjoy Alien 4 more than 3. I do. But I'm going to be honest, at least part of that is because I absolutely love Brad Dourif. And I'm not going to lie about that. Brad Dourif is awesome. Yeah, without Brad Dourif, 4 would have suffered severely, and I do mean that severely. Capcom's AVP was awesome, Frisco. And what says otherwise is, of course, just a person which has their own opinions and perspectives, which is totally fine. Yeah, I didn't like AVP 2 all that much. It's a good question, Navarius. I don't know. There's a tank over there.
Elements from a trophy rack. Aye, aye, I'll seen us.
Ron Perlman also helped. I will agree with that. Although Ron Perlman's been in plenty of bad works over his career, but I do still think he helped.
This here is mine. They seen us!
Okay, you want to hear a really divisive opinion. Fallout 3 is among my favorite Fallout games. And, my first real exposure to actual negativity on the internet, and I mean like actual toxic crap, not just, you know, generic negativity, was when I voiced how much I enjoyed Fallout 3 and was absolutely just attacked for that. That's true, Kay. I'm secretly lying, but only to you. Because you're worth it. Right stance right now. Yes, good.
An Eldar turned to paste. Which can shoot.
I should probably mention that I'm also one of those weird people who doesn't really mind when a franchise hops genres or concepts, as long as it's good. That's pretty much always my thing. It sucks that Dawn of War 2 is squad-based instead of a true RTS, but as long as Dawn of War 2 is good, that's the only thing that really matters to me in the end, right? And I know that puts me kind of in the outlier there. Now we're fine. Fine, we're fine. We can afford a few more. I mean, if it's a good game, Kara White Noise, whatever. It won't be, but, you know. Like, even Dawn of War 3 and its nonsense, if it was a good game, I would have been like, okay, cool. mind me. Yeah, exactly, Stumpy. But again, quality. That's the part that matters. I learned my lesson. I used to be, and I don't mean any negativity by this, but I used to be the kind of person that's like, what? You can't change genres? That's not allowed. And that was my mentality. And then there are two specific games. I've talked about this many times. There's two specific games that completely changed my opinion on that. One of them is Metroid Prime 1. The other is Super Mario RPG. And both of those are some damn good games that completely changed my opinion on the matter.
Let's go get chopping! I see a target!
I try not to be genre judgmental nowadays because of that experience. Why is that?
I hear gunshots!
Oh, okay. You.
Where's me string ointment?
You, who apparently didn't even get an order.
This tank coming at us! You're coming at us! Come on in!
I ain't marching anywhere now!
Leave that and
That explains that.
the beauty king! Are they fighting me? They seen us! We stay coming at us!
That's my fault. I thought I already grabbed it and just kind of spaced. I'll admit I'm not paying a lot of attention to the mission. Again, I'm not trying to be... Jesus, he just keeps dying. I'm not trying to be insulting or to fling shade or anything like that. It's just, you know... I don't think like that anymore. I mean, I suppose the Final Fantasy series itself kind of has annulled me of that concept, too.
Sneaky, pretty and weak, just like all of them are.
Come on. Break the damn thing.
Over here. Yes.
Are we still killing this thing? Oh my god. Wraith Lords, I swear to god. Up. Are you not rezzing him? There we go. Let's try to get back in some approximation of formation here. Now that we don't have Wraith Lords spawning at our backs.
Some boys want to join me. War!
If we can, guys.
Enemies shooting me troops.
Guys. Oh my god. Okay.
Move it, you surrogates!
You're getting shot at while you're walking around here, just so you know.
Orcs overall!
Okay. Let's go.
Damn! I don't mean to hurt us! Sometimes! Renegade ain't walk!
We're already starting to wonder to that not built for large groups problem I've already mentioned a couple of times. Okay, we'll make it work. We got this. Mobs up there. Get me down here. I'm gonna go ahead and grab this spot.
I win! Not even a challenge! This here knew what's coming. Ain't no Eldar's getting my teeth. Sleep that!
Right, Eldar don't get my teeth. Wait. Eldar take teeth? Ah, it doesn't matter.
Go, go! Let us make sugar! Oh, the best you can do! There's such a little bit of and I'll
you can see the grenades. They probably would, Avarius. Remember to claim the primitive's teeth. Why? It will upset them.
Who's next? More pointy elements for me trophy rack. That's gonna belong like it.
Okay, well, let's do this.
Come on, all alone. Move over.
Oh my god, we literally can't move. There's too many of us. They can't move through the group. Okay, hang on. Let's just.
Wait, what do you say? No, all alone. Get there. All right. Move over.
Okay, what he said.
Got me, shooter. Life is good. Who you need removed? Just there.
My god. You have researched Three Stooges.
Tough moving. Which way? Right. Eldar. Take on my punch. There's a typical Eldar. Not reloading, boss. Charge.
What are you doing, alright?
Prepare for mass warp jump. I will move the council to safety. Hold back the tide, brothers. Do not let these invaders find the council again.
Ah, you slippery, pointy-eared kids! You can run, but you can't hide! I'll send me Git Finder to Pansy! They're over there!
My Git Finder to Pansy. I just said Poncy. It's hard to tell. Okay, so now we go back to the spot we literally were just at. I'll take a minute. We're spread out enough that we won't run into each other. You know, we have the ability to do this. I cast foot. We just wanted a fight.
It's mine!
Oh god, that might be Mork.
Give me a thunder spear!
Fungus spear. Get really wants me to get these weird boys. Fine. Never gonna use them, but fine. No mission dialogue? No nothing? Okay. That's kind of weird, honestly, but okay. Well, you're the one who keeps dying. So you get that. And that. Vehicles slowly automatic repair, even when you're not deployed. You might actually be able to use some vehicles now. Hang on. What do we got here? What do we got? So we got... Come on, mouse over. Oh, wow. Not as cool looking, but much better. And the only person I really want gear on is you anyways, so what do we get? Oh, that's much nicer.
Oh, Mad Doc Gritnock's got a lots of them. And let me buy this one off of them. Cost an arm and a leg, of course. Lucky, I had 2 of each.
Attacks return a portion of their damage as health. Yep. Enough said. Checking it really quick, sorry. Honestly, I should probably start doing this. I don't have that much gear anyways, and very few people to equip it on, so... Okay. Oh. Ooh, I might go for that. Yeah, let's do that. 8 p.m. Triox. Yes, we did.
What did these pointy heads think they get out of this? They don't have proper Orky values, so they're not here for a fight. Mr. Nailbrain, gather the boys! Whoa!
Wow. So... Yes, that's what I want to do.
Orcs. Orcs. The Emperor's slaves send orcs.
He appears to be amused.
Suppose I should thank you, Xeno scum. The Eldar were proving to be quite the annoyance. Since you've ended their interference, you can be the first to witness the glory of Exterminatus.
Who did the Eldar fight here, I wonder?
We have arrived, and it is now that we perform our charge. In fealty of the God Emperor, our undying Lord, and by the grace of the Golden Throne, I declare Exterminatus upon the Imperial world of Typhon Primaris. I hereby sign the death warrant of an entire world, and consign 1,000,000 souls to oblivion. May Imperial justice account in all balance. The Emperor protects.
Not a good place to be! Not good!
It must be magnificent to see a planet writhe and scream, to feel it convulse beneath your own feet, witness it dying with living eyes. In time, perhaps I may share this gift with every last living soul in the galaxy. Until then...
I think it's time to leg it. They're a bunch of chaos boys. There's them spiky boys is all over the place. Not sure why. Don't you know this place is about to be blown up? There's also Tyranids. That's lovely. Yeah, it's what. Oh, holy crap! One of the things I've always wanted is to be at ground zero of a base Delta Zero. Sweet. No, PM Triox. Time does not permit. Even when we turned up mega cheats, campaigns just take way too long. They probably do, Saffron. Based on what I've seen, I agree with you. I bet you the Eldar are not super happy about the world that has a craft world in it being base Delta Zero. 3-hour videos, Django. Already looked into it. No way in hell.
Toy! Crunchy bugs! Why? What's there?
Come on, squeeze by, let's go, let's go.
Which way? Right.
Okay, that's cool. The map did indicate this is non-passable. No, wait, Zactef! Oh, crap, okay.
On me way.
Minutes and counting.
Okay.
Well, we better capture the spot on this planet that's about to be completely obliterated.
Why now? Come on, you gits.
We super are not. No, Jocko. All of this is bonus material anyways. None of this was funded, so... we're already in overage. Correct, Django. Yeah, no, this was just kind of a me trying to be nice and say, let's go ahead and do the last expansion while we're here kind of a deal. Right? But while I'm willing to do a playthrough, I'm not willing to do, like, 5 or 3 or 4, or whatever that would be required. Like, we could skip Chaos. We're not doing Chaos. And we're not doing Tyranids because that's boring and dumb. That still leaves, let's see, Guard, Eldar, Orcs, Marines. Out of my way, you stupid bogs! That's true, PM-Trex. That's the other reason. I was willing... So, you probably weren't here for it. When we started Retribution, I was kind of in let's see in terms of whether or not we do multiple playthroughs. But two big things pushed me away from it. Number one, even with cheats on, the missions take way too long. And we've tested that. We actually played up to mission 4 on the Space Marines with cheats, and it was still just like, ugh. So, no. But second of all, as you say, the missions are just barely different. And honestly, that's not enough to encourage the replay in general. Never mind for the stream.
Squash the heads and take their teeth! Boy, what's that? Boy, please pinned!
I figured the 20-hour estimate gave that away at the time, but I don't want to get into it right now. We're not doing multiple playthroughs. The end. Do you want me to play Total War Warhammer 3 or not? That's... Question yourself, Sion. Do you want me to play the same missions over and over and over again? Or do you want me to play Total Warhammer 3? Which of these is more interesting and relevant to you? Because that is the actual equation here. Dwarfs! I like it. Neither. Well, thankfully Blade Chaval. Stab! Okay, Blade Chaval's dead, so he's no longer going to be polluting the democracy here. I lived. I am shocked by that. Now, in the interest of fairness, Sion, if you legitimately, actually want me to play through every freaking playthrough of this game that we're playing through right now, that is technically your choice. Here's the deal. In order to equivalate for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce how many playthroughs and how many factions we try out in Total Warhammer 3. So we will have to start pruning factions and sides that we will not be playing in Total Warhammer 3 to make up for that. Okay? So that's the trade-off. Oh my god! Do what I tell you to! Got it, Sion. Probably the best choice anyways, to be completely blunt. Again, no offense, but I don't think repeat playthroughs of Total War Retribution... Dawn of War Retribution are really worth the time investment. I don't. If I was playing this completely by myself and was very invested in the game, I still would probably only do like one playthrough, start a second playthrough, and immediately quit. I already mentioned that. I would get right up until I realized that the missions were the same damn things, and then I would walk away from it. It kinda is, Maverick. Just do what you're told. God dang it. Listen, Kiara White Noise, there's stuff in the way, and for some reason, my boys keep ignoring everything.
She's taking fire!
What is this? You lowly vermin truly think to escape? Ungrateful scum, squandering Lord Kyrus' gift of a glorious death! Pay your penance in blood! Blood for the blood god! Skulls for the skull throne!
Boy, a long walk, boys, but worth it!
I am now trapped in the arena. Slay my enemies quickly. I have 10... Okay, this is Okay. That's cool. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about the fact that my viewership figures have absolutely plummeted over the last 2 weeks. Let's not even get into the financial business side of things. Let's leave that at the door. My income has been torpedoed recently. That's fine. Niche things, that's how it works. But niche things have to be measured versus time. So, am I willing to do a playthrough of a niche game that isn't very popular and is going to cost me money? Absolutely. Am I willing to do it for another solid 2 weeks in order to make things even worse? No. Make sense? Cost, benefit. That's how it works. Go over there and attack the guy I clicked on 3 times! Damn it, Uthor! Shit. I'm worried about my kids getting into drugs. No problem. Get them into Warhammer. What? Needs to get me the new figurines. They look really cool, and oh god, I need some new brushes, and I don't think I have the right paint for this. What in God's name is going on with that? Whatever. Go this way. Pull back in the middle. Pull back in the middle. Stop getting distended. Actually, it's 8 minutes, excuse me. A house. I mean, I don't have money for a house. I love how we keep getting stunned too in a timed mission. This. God, this has got to be hell on the guard. Imagine doing this as the guard.
None shall escape! None shall escape a sacrifice!
Blah, 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 blah. Where's
Show me, boss. Looks like he wants to fight. That's good. Me too.
Well, that's one of the reasons why we're not doing the Pokemon block, for example, playthrough. Or several other blocks, actually. Like, some people have argued for several... Hang on. Some people have argued for several other blocks that we aren't doing, and the reason we're not doing them is specifically because of the fact that there is always that time versus gain equation that's happening there. Boop. So get them out of the way. When you get up, no rush. TikTok. Where's the Chaos Dude? I've actually lost him in this nonsense. Whatever, he's dead. Run! Nobody gets left behind, stays behind. FYI. That's kind of what I was leaning towards Scion. And the other thing I was thinking of, and I believe this is Dakoita's suggestion, was rather than committing to a faction, what we're going to do is we're going to hop around and try out a bunch of factions, do the several turns thing per faction thing, kind of get a feel for them, and kind of start making a list as we're going through of the ones that I like the most, and then have a vote once we've tried out everything. Which one do we commit to a full campaign through? And that's the one we do that for. And when I say full campaign, I'm not painting the map. That's crazy. I've seen that map. But, you know, as full of a campaign as we can push for. Why are these purple when they're white? Whatever. Yeah, campaign until we hit that spot. You know the spot. If you played any 4X game, you know the spot.
It is human nature to seek culpability in a time of tragedy. It is a sign of strength to cry out against fate, rather than to bow one's head and succumb. Inevitably, many shall fault the hands upon the sword which felled Typhon, the Ordo Malleus. But the Inquisition merely performs the duty of its office. To further fear them is redundant. To hate them, heretical. Those more sensible will place responsibility with those who forced the hands of the Inquisition. With some fortune, they may foster this hatred into purpose, and further rule their own fate by coming to the Emperor's service. Yet ultimately, it was I who set these events into motion, with a single blow from my hammer, God-Splitter.
Question, if they have that gun, why do they even use the other guns? I'm actually curious. I'm legitimately curious why they even bother with the non-planet crackers. Or crust crackers, rather. Yeah, I remember the Vortex campaign in 2 and not being super cool on it. A cyclonic torpedo. So what you're saying is it's the atmospheric... Oh, what was it called in Homeworld? The atmospheric detonation device or something like that? I can't remember what it's called. You know what I'm talking about if you played Homeworlds. Why in God's... Okay. Me too, PM Triox. After Homeworld 2, I was pretty soured, but I did enjoy Deserts of Karak a lot more than I thought I would. Like, I walked into that being like, eh, and then I walked out of it going like, yeah. Like, when we finally do the Homeworld block, I actually anticipate Deserts of Karak will either be the first or second on the list in terms of overall score. And the only question mark there is Homeworld 1, because Homeworld 1's story is going to carry it hard. And it's not like the gameplay of Homeworld 1 is particularly bad, it's just that story is going to carry that game. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, speaking of which, I have actually played an extremely small amount of the Homeworld mobile game, and I have been, and I'm going to say this as nicely as I possibly can, not impressed. I've seen worse, but that's one of the nicest things I could say about it. I've seen worse. So, I'm going to read the description on this gun. For shooting the Big Bad Moon, because it's called the Big Bag Moon Shooter. What? No? So it shoots moons out of it? Badly?
It shoots bad moons that are big? Ah, sog it. Never mind.
Yeah, exactly. It is on the better... when it comes to mobile games, it's better than a lot of other crap we have, but it's not saying as much as it probably should be.
This is a huge, huge chopper. The huge, huge, huge one is better.
My favorite description is still just the description on the extra loud def gun. The description is just, what? I mean, yeah, Cataclysm had some gameplay issues, as we discussed when we reviewed it, but man! There's a reason I still love the narrative of that game to this day. That super duper holds up. My god. Yeah, Cataclysm stomped on the story axis. Okay. No mission briefing? Okay.
I feel like a snuffling shot from a shock attack gun. Mr. Nailbrain, status reporter.
Boy. What? Captain?
Wake up, you grunt-faced slug! Where the sod are we?
According to this, we's on some kind of hulking thing. In space.
What? Like a spacey Hulk? No! Gork and Mark! Sog that Humy morsel in our space marine gate! How long until we can get this thing up and running out of this North sector?
I'd say not more than a year, Captain.
Oh, but that means 1, 3 to carry the... Oh! They'll be here before we can leave and blow up our nice new shiny spacey Hulk while they're at it! Oh, so good! Okay, gather the boys! We still got work to do!
I'm just gonna give a plus to humor for the orcs. No, I got that, Von Falkenstein. I got that.
Boy,
the question is, do you prefer Warhammer Fantasy Traditional or Age of Sigmar, Sassy Saddles? I'm still getting used to it, Scion. I mean, it's Patrick Seitz. But the problem is, Seitz does all sorts of different voices. I'm saying that wrong. He does several different voices, and each one of them he kind of assigns to different characters, so he is clearly doing his Garrosh voice here. Like, he doesn't sound like Artanis at the moment, right?
Oi! Trespassers! Invaders! Hooligans and ne'er-do-wells! Nobody just puts a thin air on this here Space Hulk without me say so. Now piss off, or I'm like to say so to something nasty! Tough Demork's got a mech for a boss! That's just sad, that is! A long walk, boy.
But yeah, he's trying to do his Garrosh voice, while simultaneously doing, like, 2 or 3 different accents, which drift depending on where he's at in his lines. And I actually gotta give the guy some praise for it. Melee! You are a melee! Go melee! Why are you standing there? Why aren't you shooting? Ah! Go shoot things! Shoot! Stomp!
What's the plan? On me way.
Okay, that makes it easy.
Never like them boys anyway.
Yeah, I'm concerned with me boys. They keep not punching and shooting things. It's weird.
Arcs up with me! Fight them, or you be fighting me! Shooty boys! Which day shoot 'em!
You know, that's actually very possible, Scion. They do love their references.
Boxed in, Argades! Stop the grenade! Some boys want to just get shot! What's the plan? He's taking fire! This better be good!
Yeah, they're just broken. Spark. There we go. All fixed. Holstein's dead. I said they was fixed. What? Everything's fine.
I'm gonna laugh if I enjoy Warhammer Orcs as much as I enjoy 40k Orcs. Because that would legitimately amuse me.
One less orc to bother me! If you're coming down...
Yeah, I was just picturing, what is the going through the guard's mind at this point? Something probably along the lines of, ah!
I'll blow it up! Just a tick! Not even a challenge!
Listen, an orc isn't even an orc unless they're silly. I'm just saying.
It's mine! Mine!
Besides, we all know the Skaven are the real golden goose of the fantasy terrain. Oh yeah, the commander's just like,
This place just got a lot.
stop panicking. You are now dead. Congratulations.
I hear gunshots!
And they've got a weird boy, because of course they do.
Aye, aye, boss! Do you not know when you overstay your welcome? I'm expecting company! Oh, nice teleporter you got! Don't mind me, boys! Wheeze is just gonna stomp ya and zap on out of here with it! Oi, shoot up, boys!
You don't like the Skaven, Loke? Loke doesn't like me. That's okay. I'm used to that. I'm pretty sure Loke hates every rewrite idea I've ever put out ever. Aw, thanks, Evo. It is nice to feel appreciated every now and again. Interesting, a weird boy counts as a vehicle, apparently. Oh, I know the Skaven can be super dark. I mean, so can the Orcs. But when I see the Skaven, usually what I see is the Orcs. To be blunt about it. That's how they tend to be portrayed in the games that I've played in which they're in. Which at this point would be Vermintide 1, Vermintide 2, and Total Warhammer 2. Besides, they have a Ratling gun. How can you go wrong with that? And you know me, I tend to prefer comically evil to, you know, the Dark Eldar. I'm not a big fan of the Dark Eldar. Interesting question. Are the Skaven in Age of Sigmar? I'm sorry, Scion. I tried really, really hard not to let it affect me, because I know it's not fun watching me just being frustrated.
Yes, they're Skaven!
We've gotta get us more shiny bait! Sorry, what I mean by that is I feel that the Skaven would best be benefited by procuring more of the Warpstone, or whatever it's called. Isn't Vermintide the event? Like, the thing that led into Sigmar? Or am I wrong about that? I remember someone bringing that up during the Vermintide stream, when we were streaming Vermintide 2 specifically. Why are we destroying the things we want? Okay, you know what? I don't even care. I don't even care. Whatever, let's go. What do I think the Dark Elder go wrong? Well, aside from the obvious edge. Because there's the edge! Hang on, where's the... It's gotta have the edge there! Okay, there we go. I think that's at least part of the problem with the Dark Elder, sincerely. But I think the other problem is the Dark Elder aren't just, like, evil, or comically evil, or over-the-top evil. The problem with the Dark Elder is they try to be a little bit too sincere about it. Like... Have you ever played any of the Overlord games? Or, what's Evil Genius, right? So I want you to imagine this, a scene, because I've seen this type of scene happen a lot in these type of games, and there's this, Master, we have done the thing you expected. Yes, but I'm afraid the hero was able to stop you in the end. Let this be a lesson to the rest of you. And the whole thing is just played like it's a joke. There's no sincerity there, right? But if you take the same type of scene and restructure it, change the tone, the atmosphere, and the vibe of it to try and make it look very, very serious, all of a sudden what goes from being turns into, oh my god, and just becomes horrifying, right? And so that's the Dark Eldar right there. They skip over the evil, yes, Papa Nurgle, and instead they skip right into just being really evil to the point where it's like, okay, I don't even want this on my screen, you know. And that's my answer to that.
You want speed? Victory in the making, boys. They know we don't mean these dogs.
Not the only fictional setting that has had that problem, I might add. There's a few where they're like, hey, haha, evil. And then they're like, but wait, we want it to be serious this one time. And it's like, well, wait, no, okay. Oh, by the way, Scion, you may or may not be amused by this. I have had the Vampire Coast song stuck in my head for like 3 days now. Blood runs cold, but we don't get old. That one. It's a good shanty. It's a good shanty. I kind of wish it was longer. Like, I wish there was more to it. It's a really, really brief song, but it's a good one. They're from 2, right? That's when they popped in. The Vampire Coast Pirates. Yeah, I love the, what was it? The Gollum-looking thing. It looks like someone took pieces of a ship and just kind of crammed it together into a humanoid shape. Wonderful aesthetics on that. Looked really cool.
Who's there? Yes!
Necrofex Colossus, apparently.
Listen, all I'm saying is if you're gonna be a corpse, at least be a useful corpse, right?
Tough knob! Die! Get just over there! Hold alone! Moving!
So, to talk about the game we're currently playing for a second, this is a perfect example of how this is a little bit too padded. We've been playing this map for about 20-ish minutes, a little over 20 minutes. Narrow corridors, lots of enemies which like to outflank us, and lots of, impassable chasms which like to attack us across. Few recovery points, but we managed to kill the one thing, and we managed to kill the other thing. Cool. Then the map says, all right, now go do like the other half of the map. That's kind of the definition of padding, really. That's not fair. That's not the definition of padding. But that is certainly my definition of padding. They really do, Roman Cure. Lots of maps from Winter Assault up until the map we're currently playing have really liked to lean into the, alright, send your units down a bunch of narrow corridors or trenches. Okay. Do I have to? Okay. No, I think overall Dark Crusade had the best map design. And I'm not just saying that because I enjoy map design in there, but the skirmish maps were well balanced. But more importantly, the strongholds were, with only a couple of exceptions, pretty good. Like across the board.
This way.
Now that is, of course, just my opinion. My terrible, terrible opinion. But I stand by it. Let's get both of you together here. Did I run out? I ran. Wow, okay. Oh, I can make one more. One more. Nice. Looters. Shooters, looters. Looters, shooters.
Some good looting.
I mean, if we're talking campaign maps, that would still go to Dark Crusade because of the Stronghold missions. But if we're not talking about Stronghold missions, if we somehow magically remove that from the equation, at that point, yes, Vanilla would have the best map design. I mean, that would make sense, Scion. And it very much fits the god, right? But we have tanks, but they're just kind of bad. We even have upgrades for the tanks at this point, so I don't know, maybe I should try them out again. But I'm not going to use a tank on a trench map like this one, so... Next mission, remind me. Next mission, we'll go ahead and we'll try out some tank units.
Which way?
Damn it, Uthor, I didn't know you were getting into politics. Where are you going? Go the way I told you to. Oh my god. Okay, fine. Kill that thing. It's something to fight. To fight it. What are you doing? Back off. So, is Space Hulk the game a roguelike or a roguelite? Not. Why not? Think about it. Think about it. Like, it's practically built in lore to be a roguelike or a roguelite. I can never remember which is which. No, there apparently are, specifically in this one. We can actually quick save in the middle of missions. In Retribution, we couldn't in the previous ones. Which is just a very strange choice, but they added them here. Okay. Really important, especially in RTSs, which tend to have, 30 to 60 minute matches, right? Not blowing cooldowns on this one, except for... Why isn't my Death Dread this defensible? I know. I actually get why. Now there's a looted tank. Apparently, Uthor.
Just over there. They seen us. More coming.
Get in there. I actually read about that, Scion. That the Ancient is Tarkus. Whoa, 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 whoa there. Back off, back off, back off, back off. When I say back off, I flippity mean it. Get out of there. Quit killing this stupid tank. Oh no, I was with you, Eva. I mean, I'm still with you. I'm secretly sitting right next to you. I am everywhere. See if I can even get my shooters in the room. It's gonna be a thing. Okay, so I need... Where's my mouse? There it is. There, I need a... there. So, let me ask the relevant question. There's no Avitus in Retribution at all, right?
One little to bother me. They seen us.
Yeah, I don't think so. Oh, hang on, gotta vanish, gotta vanish. I gotta teleport around a lot of it. That's... I'm still practicing using the teleporter. No Thaddeus either. Now that's interesting. No Thule? That's... strange. Did they not get the actor for Thule? Like, what's the story there? Thule's been in for a while.
You's come to steal me teleporter! Well, nothing doing! It took me about a decade to squeeze the juice out of that thing back there! Should only be another decade or so before I get to zap me out of this bug-infested hellhole!
I'm sorry, we're still not done with the map? We really aren't. We really aren't done with the map still. Okay. Okay.
We have a truck, or at least some crots.
This might actually be the worst mission we've encountered so far, and they haven't exactly been great. Come on.
Move it, you sort of walks.
Come on.
Some boys want to join me.
And I was just saying, it's the same story of, yeah. No, because this, well, I mean, maybe, but this is what has been spawning the plot, right?
Go there.
Like, the boss wasn't even there. This is an area I cleared before.
Oh, there. We're coming, don't you, Chris?
What are you doing back here? You're my melee group. Whatever, just go, just go, just go. Just go. Actually, not that many so far, for Retribution specifically, but I think we should revise that. instantly destroyed. Okay, that's not even trying. Actually go into melee? Is that a thing you could do? Apparently the answer is no. Jesus Christ. Get in! Get stuck in! Yeah, no, this is actually a good example of Dragon Age 2 syndrome. It's semi-rare, actually, but here we are.
I don't know, Huthor. We all know you're secretly a Skaven.
Okay, that's a thing that happened.
What's the plan?
Where's the guy? Meleeing the boss? How are you standing out there doing nothing? That's what I'm looking at now. Range, log, as they say. I think he has a bit of health. Yeah, hit me, Huthor. We had about 19 minutes before I cut off for lunch. Very brief lunch. I'm just gonna eat, stretch, and then I'm gonna get right back into it. Oh my God almighty. You're joking me with this. Okay, okay, okay.
Stop firing!
I am, Evo. I woke up so late that's the only way I could really regain time. It's okay. I'll live. Or die. Both are accepted. Look at that. Boy! It really isn't Evo. I don't know where you're even getting that from. I don't have any newspaper because I wasn't born 50 years ago. Whap! Can someone in chat just type more WAP for me really quick, please? Where's your favor? Thank you. Evo. Okay, hold up. That mission's getting its own negative. Let's just start with that. Like, almost every boss has had a bit of a trash problem. But that boss was throwing freaking killicans, excuse me, Death Dreads after us, and it's just... Yeah, I played Stardew for Christmas, and it scored quite well. Took a while, it was like a 2-week stream. But that was kind of a unique circumstance. And it's a rather popular stream, and, you know, I was playing with my sister, since she had the extremely rare circumstance of having time off in order to play with her brother, which is a rare thing nowadays. It was too casual. That's it. Okay, so, all right. I'm not gonna disagree with you, but I think how casual or hardcore Stardew Valley is depends entirely on how much you want to get into it. Because there's a lot that goes into the economy of that game. It's something I talked about when I was reviewing it. Usage per time, value per time unit, and just there's a reason it's kind of memed on for being a bit of a spreadsheet game. Yes, that's the one, Blade Tuval. Does anybody have that link right now? I'm just curious. The clip where my wonderful, amazing, adorable niece called me evil and killed her uncle with cuteness. But no, yeah, I could absolutely see why someone would call it casual, because it's very much a game that lets you play however you want to, which means a lot of people will just kind of chill through it, which is fine, of course. That's the point. It's a very much you decide what you get out of it kind of a game. Okay, damn, I think we've just officially hit net negative on gameplay. Yeah, we have. That's a damn shame. Oh well.
Old Burnt Fingers missed his calling, if you ask me. Never was a better tale teller. Could get the boys riled up or laughing so hard that fungus beer shot right out them snouts. We'd have 'em write 'em down, but you can't really crust a bunny boy with much paper.
What I wouldn't give to strap one of them huge, Zog-off planet-crumping missiles to me back! Oi, Captain! Those humans are blowing the grot dung out of this whole place! Maybe we should hide out on that rock they already dugger before. They wouldn't waste good dugger, right?
Sorry. Am I supposed to work on that burny chunk of soot? It ain't like I can hide into lava. Mork knows I ain't trying that trick again.
Hang on a squig. If that Kyrus get his angling to zog the whole sector. Right. And Kyrus is in the sector. Okay. And Kyrus don't want to get zogged. Yeah, right. And those big Humi ships won't dock at a place they docked before. Yeah? Then Kyrus would go to the place they want Daka, which is that place! Still not following you, Captain. Kyrus is there! Oh, get ready, you great posh tin-plated stumphead! The Orcs is coming! Ah!
No comment. Honestly. No comment. Let's see, we got a burner. Nice burner. Yeah, we'll do that. That was legitimately amusing. I'm actually really liking the orcs, go figure. Let's put it here. No, let's put it here. Alright, time to attack. Hang on. Let me go ahead and attack as the Imperial Guard here. Oh, that didn't sound nearly as loud as I was hoping. Problem is I have a padded desk, so it doesn't make a lot of noise when I, roll the dice. Hang on, now I'll attack as the Imperial Guard. There we go. That's a little better. Yeah. Let me update the HUD really quick, and then I'll answer Uthor's questions. I was actually looking at this. At least 2 that I saw, Luke. So, story positives 1 through 14 are for the vanilla campaign and Chaos Rising, which makes 16 through 25 just for Retribution. And honestly, I stand by that. The more I see of Retribution, the more I feel like the writing team has actually started... Like they woke up and are like, huh? Oh, yeah, no, we got this. Actually, I have another one of those terrible, terrible lore theories that is probably completely wrong here. So I've been speculating on how exactly the development of this game went. I have this weird feeling that they had this story arc, because there's hints of this in Vanilla, and there's definitely hints of this in Chaos. And I have this weird feeling that they had this big, dramatic final tale set up, which is the story of Retribution. But for whatever reason, and I don't know why, but for whatever reason, they didn't start with Retribution. They started with Vanilla and the Tyranids. And that was, like, mostly a self-contained story, which just had a few tiny bits of foreshadowing for the next 2. And then they did Chaos Rising, which ultimately was a fairly small, self-contained story too. And then they finally got to the story they wanted to tell, which was this one. And I see the logic from, like, a distance. Like, you want to build up to your big story, but it feels like all the writers worked on Retribution and the big story, and it's like, okay, well, now we got to build up to it. I've got it. Tyranids. And and it just falls apart. To continue this trend, looks like negatives 1 through 7 on the story axis are all for vanilla, because Vanilla's story was honestly pretty bad and just kept stumbling over itself. And then the rest of those are for almost all the rest of those. So hang on. So it's 7 negatives for Vanilla, 1, 2, 3. 3 negatives for Chaos Rising, 1 negative for Retribution. And I stand by that. Anyway, so Huthor says, a Bretonnian expedition into the Tomb King's land once uncovered the burial site of a man so bedecked in finery they took him for a long-lost duke from their homeland. They carried the body back and displayed it as a holy relic, even carrying it into battle. Then one day the body woke up and revealed itself to be a Tomb King prince, killed everyone present, took a boat and sailed back to his tomb to sleep. Or, a Skaven Grace here wanted to finally summon the Great Horned Rat into the world. And to do this, they wanted to ring the greatest doom bell ever constructed 13 times. This just made Xehanort show up for some reason. His plan, to dig so much that he would hollow out the core of the world itself, then strike the planet with a warpstone meteorite, ringing it like a great bell. Unfortunately, he never got to realize his dreams because he starved to death after getting lost in his own tunnels. Unfortunately, those are both incredibly equally believable, but I'm going to pick 2. I think 2 is the one that's valid. Correct, Lolimlas. Uthor's been playing with me for a bit. Oh, wow. The Tomb King one. Okay. Okay. Well, rather than stream for 6 more minutes, let's just go ahead and cut off here. I'm going to take a very brief lunch break. Then we're going to beat this game. So I'll see y'all in a bit.